out-rebounded by 10 by UNC. It prompted Mark Pope. Again, let's go to Mark Pope quotes because he's been actively talking this year. We got crushed on the glass. We just got crushed on the glass. It's very, very disappointing tonight for sure. I don't think that's who we are. I'm really frustrated with the 8 assists and 9 turnovers. That's not who we've been either. We need guys to step up and give us great efforts. It's not the first time we've heard that from him. He's obviously the guy who said he was going to straighten this whole thing out a couple of games ago because he didn't think they were playing as a team, but as individuals. Not only were they out-rebounded, guys, Brian, you talked about the three-point shooting, 1 for 13 against USC. It was 7 for 30 against Michigan State. And Michigan State, to me, is probably the better comp game because I feel like Gonzaga falls in line defensively and on the glass more with Michigan State, although UNC is always a good rebounding team. But Gonzaga on the boards, Gonzaga on the defensive end is generally comparable to what Michigan State is. And if you look at the rebounding numbers this year, Gonzaga is a really good rebounding team. How is Kentucky going to win the boards tonight? They probably don't. For all the shooting woes that Kentucky had in their game, Gonzaga had them twofold against Michigan. And I'm sitting there watching that game, and I'm like, okay, eventually the Gonzaga run is coming. And you know what came? Another Michigan run. It was like Michigan 10-0, Michigan 12-2, Michigan 14-3, all these runs, and they were run totally out of the gym. I don't think since the championship game against Baylor a few years back, I don't think I've seen Gonzaga beaten that soundly in a long time. I think they'll bounce back. I'll tell you what, too, guys. The total at 158.5, if you're just talking bounce back, both of these teams were so poor offensively, you would think they get back to the norm a little bit here, and maybe that total's a shade too low off of the prior results or the most recent results. I would have loved to have been in on the opening number, Gonzaga -3. I think that's a win. Pushing, like you say, Brian, now to 5.5, 5.5. It gets a little bit tougher, but I don't know. If you're going to ask me which one of these coaches is going to get their team or which team is better prepped so far this season or has shown better results so far this season to make us believe that there's a bounce back here, I'd have to say it's Gonzaga. I think they're more well-rounded. I think they go in transition better. I think a lot of things are better about Gonzaga. And Kentucky, to me, still seems to be in a little bit of an evaluation, experimentation stage. If I had to bet it, guys, I would probably lean to the Gonzaga side, and I think I would lean over here. I think this game probably gets into the 160s.
Yeah. Just one quick point. If Kentucky makes their threes, and that's a big if, the game's probably going over, right? I mean, I would almost say that, hey, that we, taking the over, you don't have to worry about a potential Gonzaga bounce back. I think if Kentucky hits their threes, this game does probably go over the total.
Yeah, so my general sort of thought on this board today, I haven't bet anything yet in college basketball, which is not totally rare, but like I kind of I bet later in the day for a couple of reasons, but on this particular slate, I find myself thinking, I'm going to want to push back at some of these numbers, some of these moves. This one's kind of on my list to do that. Now, do I want to step in front of Gonzaga? I don't know. I don't really want to, but everything's got a price, right, Brian? Like if they're going to push this one up, I'm seeing 5.5 some places right now. Like there is a price that I may consider jumping in with Kentucky. Now it might be contingent on a couple of things. The first being Jalen Lowe playing in this game. I heard it's a possibility. That would certainly sort of make me like Kentucky a lot more than I would without him. Of course, my number's all out of whack on Kentucky because they've had key injuries pretty much all season. The transfer from Arizona State, Quintins, I don't think has even stepped on the floor yet this year. Diabate, yeah, he's been out. So, and of course, Jalen Lowe's only played 2 games. Come over from Pitt. He was someone that I remember you and I did a Pitt preview, Brian, and we were all about him maybe a year or two ago at Pitt. So would love to have him on the floor. That would make me sort of lean. If you had the combination of like Lowe playing and this got up to 5.5 or 6, would I like, listen, I saw Bayou in the chat speaking to someone else saying, hey, someone said, well, this isn't at Rupp Arena. It's in Nashville. Listen, Nashville might as well be Rupp South. This is like UConn. This is going to be like UConn fans showing up to the Garden. I mean, it's
a lot closer. It's a lot closer to Lexington than it is to Spokane. In case if you guys don't have your map out in the chat.
But even if it was on the moon, Brian, the Kentucky fans would get there somehow. Like true. they just show up. Like you're not going to get Gonzaga fans probably more than like a small section traveling to Nashville for this game. So I do think maybe you bump a point. Maybe a point for Kentucky having the environment being kind of quote unquote at home here. The concern for me is the 3 games that Kentucky has now played against. I think we've coined the term weight class on this show. Like the only ones that you're really going to evaluate Kentucky so far this season would be the Louisville game, the Michigan State game, and the North Carolina game. Have none of them have been good, right? Give up 96 points to Louisville, just get destroyed by Michigan State. And then by sort of all accounts played poorly, even though it was a close game, did not play well in that game against North Carolina in a game that, correct me if I'm wrong, they were close to a touchdown favorite in when it was all said and done. So I'd love to like confidently come on here and say, oh yeah, Kentucky plus the points, they've got a great chance to win. But I think there's some things that need to happen before I can get there with that. So I'll lean, if I see 5.5, so 5.5, I got to lean Kentucky, but I haven't bet it yet, and I don't know if I will.
A few things here just to put a bow on it. Number one, our chat has gotten very lively about this game. We have certainly conflicting points of view on who's going to win and cover tonight. Number two, I think we mentioned this before the North Carolina game. And yes, Trig, Kentucky did close 6.5 is what I marked it down as. Kentucky last year was significantly worse outside of Rupp Arena. We talk about how they'll still have the fan support edge in Nashville, obviously just one state down, but this was not the same team away from Rupp that it was last year. Let's note that. Now, of course, the North Carolina game, where was it? That was right in Lexington, Kentucky, and they couldn't hit water from a boat. So that doesn't bode well. I don't know if, it's a new team. It's a new year. But that was not encouraging. Normally, you see a shooting display that bad, you do want to run and bounce and back the team. But I don't know. Like we said, it's 3 games now. Kentucky's played a good team, and they haven't looked good in any of them. And this is a Dallas Cowboys mug, by the way, to whoever asked in the chat. It's full of Cowboys tears this morning. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was big for me too, BP. I know you had Lions for a big play. Shout out. Yeah. BP hit a 5%er, and I didn't even know you had the Lions, and I had the Lions for a 4% win. So big night for us in football and college basketball. My teams continue to find inexplicable ways to blow games. Yes. Doug Gottlieb is still punching air right now for me. So anyway, Bayou says, Kentucky liked South Florida yesterday. We have not seen their ceiling yet. We could tonight. My argument would be you can't without Jalen Lowe. You're not going to see Kentucky sniff their ceiling without Lowe, given the fact that they've also missed two of their other top players. So they're going to need to get healthy to realize their ceiling, but Lowe back would be a pretty big step in the right direction. And that's something I will monitor as the day goes on today. So people ask me sometimes, do a little segue here into a different game. And then I'll get you. I see you, Garth. I know you want to talk MAC basketball. We'll go there in a minute.
A lot of MAC teams.
Obviously. I'm ready to talk MAC hoops, but I want to do a little segue here. Someone asked me, how do you pick the games you're going to go to? And it's really a combination of just when I have an open day, Mallory letting me out of the house, maybe getting some media credentials, how many games I can hit at once. And then I like to see teams when they're really good. And so a spot I kind of had circled, because I also like to try to get 3 or 4 games in 24 hours, just economical, right? I was going to try to go down to the crosstown rivalry this year, and I bailed on that. And the reason I bailed on that is I can't justify. I would have dragged you out there, BP.
I was going to say, because Mallory's how many times are you going to go to Ohio?
Yeah. I would have dragged you out there, and I said, you know what? I can't do it. These two teams, it just can't do it this year. We got to do it a different year. The Crosstown Shootout, I believe they call it, is at the Cintas Center. Xavier, Cincinnati tonight. Both teams massively underachieving right now.
Presented by Skyline Chili, by the way.
Yeah. That would have been the draw. That would have been the draw for me, BP. The fact that we would have probably hit up Skyline Chili at some point.
Oh boy,
I don't know if Xavier has one. Fifth Third has a Skyline Chili in the arena. I'm not sure. I've never been to Cintas Center. Something I found extremely interesting. I'll let Rob kick this one off, and then we'll go to BP. Cincinnati hasn't won at Xavier since 2001. Is that true? Now, the reason it might be true is I do think that these two teams have played on a neutral a couple times. I think this game has been played on that in that arena in Cincinnati that's not Cincinnati's campus venue. I know Cincinnati Dayton will play there occasionally, but that to me seems insane. Obviously, it's played every year. They typically alternate home road. That being said, neither of these teams have inspired a ton of confidence this year, wanting to back them. Cincinnati with the loss to Eastern Michigan, Xavier, a disastrous start to the season. Rob, we had some opinions on Xavier. Do you think they've turned it around enough to justify backing them at home in this spot?
Well, sidewise, I won't speak on, but total wise, I see potential for that, Adam. Right now, Xavier, last 3 games, 3 straight up wins, but better than that, 3 game totals that have gone over, 5 consecutive team totals over the number for Xavier, scoring points. And unlike Cincinnati, they've decided to go with quicker pace on the offensive end this year. I think both of these teams are top 35 as far as quickness, time of possession is concerned. So it looks like we'll get a faster game than maybe what we're accustomed to out of Xavier, Cincinnati. And Xavier right now, for what it's worth, 78 against West Virginia. And we know we've talked all season long, guys, about West Virginia with the coaching change, being an under team, being a slow, like snail's pace game. That game hit 146. Corpus Christi, I don't want to make too much out of that. St. Francis, PA, even though you were sporting their colors the other day, Adam, I don't want to make too much of that. But they have gone team total over 5 straight. If you just backtrack, you get the Georgia game. Of course, that's the famous game where we had 53 in the first half and couldn't get our team total over. And then prior to that, 99 against ODU. So I see something out of Richard Pitino's offensive end. And Cincinnati hasn't been a slow team, so I think I'll get the possession. They've still been a pretty good defensive team, still a pretty good rebounding team on the defensive end. But when I look at team total here, I see Xavier 75.5, and I think that one might get there. That's the thing that caught my attention the most in this game. The total, as you guys can see, 143.5 opener, all the way to 148. I don't know, BP, is it the ass end of the line? If I bet over 148, I don't know, but I've lost 4.5 points worth of value in that, which I haven't really lost with Xavier's team total. So for me, guys, that's the perspective I looked at. I didn't really look at it from the side. I wonder, Trig, if you decided not to go because you just don't want to be involved in any game-ending Xavier Cincinnati brawl altercation type thing. We don't want to see out there throwing hands.
There was an all-timer. Like that's got to be like 15, 20 years ago at this point.
I was thinking I was going to. That was.
There's a little bit of bad blood there. But for me, guys, I'm looking at – I haven't bet it yet, but I'm looking at the Xavier team total over 75.5.
I have not decided on my leg of the parlay yet, so I may come back this one. I like Xavier on the money line here. You know, something at this, and this is true for all sports, not just college basketball. Sometimes what we do is, you know, first impressions mean a lot, and what we do in any sport is we get our initial impression of a team and we let it stick with us for too long. In baseball, Trig, and I know you could speak to this, baseball is such a long season, like teams can completely change over the course of 162 games. And, you know, you're saying things that are true about a ball club in May that just simply aren't true anymore in August. Well, I'm bringing this up because we were all piling on Xavier. We were on the show. We're like, man, what a rotten start this is for the Musketeers. They've kind of turned it around, you know, and they turned it around. They've hit a lot of they've been hitting a lot of now. What scares me is they've hit 10 or more threes in 3 straight games. Okay, can that continue? But you said something, Trig, and it is, I did a little research here while Rob was talking, and it is true. Cincinnati's lost 10 straight as the visitor in this series. You would have to go back to 2001 to find the last time they won as a visitor. It was their first time ever visiting the Cintas Center. So,
Brian, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can I ask you a question? Does anyone care though these days? Like, is that like
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's. I mean, not only are all the players obviously changed, the coaching staffs change, obviously, but it's not like a long trip. Maybe it is an anomaly, I guess. I mean, there's two ways to look at it. I actually talked. I forget what trend it was. I was going back and forth with Prez and Jordanary on their show a couple Mondays ago about some trend. Whether do you look at is this trend predictive? Or is it just an anomaly? So I don't know. I mean, I guess there's two sides of that particular coin. Trig, you can look at it. You're like, man, like Cincinnati's eventually got to win as a visitor, right? But I just think Xavier's playing better ball right now. Cincinnati was a little better than we expected against Tarleton, but I would lean towards the Xavier side for sure. I think you could probably still get a pretty decent money line price on this, which is why I may throw it in our parlay of the day. So let's see. Yes.
Cincinnati gets no credit for what they did against Tarleton. Tarleton State was missing 6 players in that game. Number moved like 7 points, and Cincinnati still couldn't cover the opener of 18.5. Like that. So if you don't,
they got off to a terrible start. Like it's almost like they were like, oh, well, we can just show up, roll out the basketball and win. Yeah, they played really bad in the first half, if memory serves me correct.
Tried to show up against Eastern Michigan and lost, right?
Yeah,
and
that's a bad loss.
You said something that I very much agree with. Richard Pitino has tweaked some things, and I've always thought he was an underrated coach. Obviously, he still gets, he's obviously Rick Pitino's son, so I feel like sometimes he maybe doesn't get the credit he deserves because he's still in dad's shadow a little bit. But I mean, he did tremendous things at New Mexico, where he, from how quickly he took, because if I remember correctly, he took over a New Mexico team that finished near the bottom of the Mountain West in his first year. He didn't inherit a ton of talent. And within, I think he was only there for 4 years. And they were like a borderline, like national power, at least on the, below the top teams last year. So I'm kind of a believer in him. And, with the start that they got off to being so bad, I feel like their market sort of rating is a little out of whack, whereas Cincinnati, they're just bad. Like you can't play those games in succession, Eastern Michigan, Tarleton, and it's like, oh, so now they're just going to go on the road and like magically get up and play a great game against Xavier. I don't see that happening. I like Xavier here too, BP.
Yeah. You talk about trends being predictive, and we mentioned that Cincinnati hasn't won as the visitor in this rivalry in well over 20 years, closer to 25 at this point. Well, Xavier's won 5 of the last 6, 9 of the last 12, 13 of the last 18, but Cincinnati did win last year. So be cognizant of that when you're talking about the history of this rivalry and trends. So there you go.
And real quick, guys, one thing we didn't even mention, which, probably adds, I'm going to say it adds a little bit to the Xavier side. It's Pitino's first time in this game. I'll give you a quote from Richard Pitino, being a first-time coach in the Xavier-Cincinnati rivalry. I understand the responsibility. I understand how important it is to fans. I'll pour my heart and soul to win that game every single year because I know Xavier fans, this community, the alumni, former players, coaches, how important it is to them. It's just an amazing rivalry that happens one time of year. It's like it's not exactly Ohio State, Michigan football, but it's important to walk in as a first-time head coach. You win this game, that buys you a lot of time. I would say beating Cincy buys you a lot of time as a first-year head coach of Xavier.
It's your call, BP. Either I'm doing it or you're doing it. So if you've got other things that you kind of like you can pass because
I'll wait. I'm not ready to commit yet. So
I'm going to commit.
Let's tease. Oh, you're going to commit.
I'm going to commit. If you're not going to do it right now, because I don't want to talk myself into something I like less. So I'm going to put Xavier money line in the parlay, and then I'm going to let you. I suppose if we get to the end of the show and I got something I like, and you are like, yeah, I just don't like anything else, then you can, defer it back to me. But I've decided that Xavier money line needs just to be in.
It needs to be in the parlay. Okay, yeah. There we go.
So I'm going to lock that in. Have they taken money? I did see that tick up a tiny bit.
It did.
What we still like minus 125? What are we looking at?
Let me take a look here because we're
not that it really matters.
This best
minus 130 you can get at a place that everyone can bet at probably. whether
Yeah, and
they
it's
limit you or
parlays,
not.
but
I don't know what we're allowed to say right now, to be honest with you. If we're allowed
Yeah,
to name
yeah, no,
these
no,
books.
yes.
I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get this YouTube
Good
so,
one, BP.
and a book that almost everyone can bet at. Sometimes they limit you to 5 cents, but yeah, they have it at minus 130.
And again, it's going in a 3-teamer, so it's not the what you get.
Minus
on
one
that
exactly
line
minus 130 in a 3-team parlay.
end of the world. All right, let's go to Garth. Mac basketball. He wants to talk
Peacocks.
some action. So he says thoughts on a team total under 70.5 in St. Peter's tonight. And I'll loop Rob in here because he's our totals guy. I believe this game is at the Run Baby Run Arena in they renamed it that. It's the Yanatili Center, but a couple years back when they did the renovations, they decided to name it the Run Baby Run Arena. BP, we'll have to do a deep. I don't have the story offhand. We'll have to do
I'm looking that up.
Deep dive into that one. So St. Peter's has, I think, since we've got on this show, taken quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
In this game, is that I'm now seeing, because I didn't even realize that. So yeah, this is 9.5, or is that where this opened? Did this open 9.5? Maybe
I saw 5.5 is the opener.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm not okay. That's fine. I'm not like completely crazy. I thought this was 6, which I didn't think much of because it was right in line with my number, I believe, and that's what I'm kind of looking at here. Still very old school. Still write a lot of stuff out. Yeah, I made the number 6. It opened 6. This being bet up, I guess. Here's my thing with Canisius though. Like, let's say someone's out. There's no one really that's good enough on that roster to justify like the next guy up being like a 3-point move. So someone decided they liked St. Peter's. I can't really disagree. This is still even though that Canisius maybe isn't as bad as they were last year, this is still a very bad team. Even though St. Peter's doesn't have Shaheen Holloway as their head coach anymore, they still play slow. Bashir Mason will exhibit some of those same qualities. So I guess let's specifically, I don't have much of an opinion on the side. I think that move is a little bit much. If you had to bet the side, I think I would punch back a little bit and just take the 9.5.
Did somebody know?
Brian,
has someone been kidnapped? I mean, that is kind of a large line move on a game like this.
Yeah, unless like this is the thing though, they have no one on the roster that's worth 3 points. So I was just based on that, I'd have to take Canisius plus 9.5. But we're gonna focus on the total for Garth.
Yeah.
Rob, these teams don't inspire a ton of confidence offensively. Do you think his under team total 70.5 gets there one way or the other?
I mean, for the last decade, maybe longer, if I'm even involved in a St. Peter's game, it's with an under in some way, shape, or form, right? They're just the same version of St. Pete almost every year, except for the kind of the miracle run in the tournament a few years back. But, when you just start adding up handicapping angles that you use to play totals, the pace, like you mentioned, the opponent isn't even going to push. The opponent really isn't even defensively bad enough by results so far this season against slow-paced teams to indicate that St. Pete could exploit that, and get to over 70, right? So even if they're the favorite in the game by 9.5, they want to go slow. The other side wants to go slow. It just has all the makings of like a 67-52, something like that, 67, typical St. Pete. So I'm not betting the game, but there's no way I'm going to argue Garth off. But 70.5 is a large number for St. Pete in any year from, I don't know, 2006 on. It's been a long time since they were any good offensively. So I could see it. I just didn't bet it. When he said Mac, I was praying that he was going to go to Fairfield, Manhattan, where I could give him a little better opinion.
Oh, we're going to go there because I want to talk about
okay.
That. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brad.
I have 2 things. Number 1, Canisius is a bottom 15 team in the country, according to my power ratings. That's not good, obviously. And I have answers. Did not the incredible source known as Wikipedia.com has answered our questions why this is called the Run Baby Run Arena. So the 1967 Rob mentioned it's been a while since St. Peter's was known for offense. Well, the 1967-1968 team, their motto was Run Baby Run. They were apparently Apparently, I don't think Ken Palm has adjusted tempo going back to 68, but apparently St. Peter's might have ranked kind of high in that particular metric back then. So that is why it is called the Run Baby Run Arena. Apparently, somebody from that team is on the board of trustees, and he said, by God, we're calling this the Run Baby Run Arena. And, who are you to doubt a member of the 1967-68 St. Peter's Peacocks?
You just shouldn't be able to change the name of the arena to something like that unless you've just hired if you've hired a Nate Oates assistant or somebody or Reggie or somebody who's going to come in and actually make that name a real thing game by game.
It's still the Antilles Center, but I think they did one of those things where they just wanted a second name, so they're going to call the arena portion that I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen first. So I have two things before we move on. One, I actually had to look up to see if that was a fictional number, because the more we talk about this game, the more I can't believe that St. Peter's is going to have to score 71 points to hit a team total over right here. Two, this is going to look like a pickup game at the Y. It is going to be atrocious basketball. Neither team can rebound. Two terrible offenses. The only way that I think that St. Peter's hits their team total over, or this game goes over, or they cover that insane number of 9.5, is if this is such a foul fest that they're allowed to live at the free throw line, because that's one thing they do well. Second in the country this year, shooting free throws as a team. St. Peter's 81.6% as a team. That would, if unless it's a complete foul fest, it would be shocking that this game gets out of the 60s, one way or the other, which would have all your unders cashing pretty much.
Check the referee crew, Garth.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't have one of those whistleblowers on the court tonight.
Great question right there. We I love when the conversation takes a turn into a deep dive into MAC basketball. I'm all about that. That's of course
not going to get anywhere else.
You're really not. And you know what? I'm gonna hijack the middle portion of the show. You can keep firing in the chat, but listen, it's MAC Friday.
I actually prepared for this already. It's okay.
I saw the games I want to talk about.
I was well prepared for this.
Yep. Rob Vino teased one, so we're going to go to Rob first. Fairfield at Dratty Gym. That's another great little. They say they believe they still have the indoor track around the court. Dratty Gymnasium, probably 100 years old at this point. Manhattan hosting Fairfield. Very interesting game. I want to get Rob's take first here on this one.
Yeah, and real quick, I could not get to the gym last week. I remember I was going to be in Connecticut, and you were offering me a heck of a lot. The $50 meal that I was going to get over there. That was outstanding.
Oh, Fairfield puts a spread out. Yeah, great.
And I watched the game. I was in Stratford, which is a stone's throw from Fairfield. But Columbia couldn't miss that night. Wow. Columbia racked up 106 points. Actually had a client play on the total over. It was almost too easy. I like when they go that way. But I like the Fairfield side here in this game. We've seen a little bit of a switch of favorites. Pick, if you can even call pick. But Fairfield's now the universal favorite of 1.5. I guess Manhattan did open one as I look here on the live odds screen. Few reasons here, guys. Manhattan, and I know that they've played some teams where numbers can get skewed, right? When you play USC, when you play Hawaii, when you play A&M, sometimes your stats can get skewed. But they played enough garbage on this schedule for me to actually put some bit of credence into their numbers. Dead last in the NCAA Division I in 3-point percentage allowed. 352 in defensive rebounding. Take that a step further, because generally when you don't defensive rebound, it leads to second chance points for the other side. They get the rebound, they get a chance at a stick back or whatever. Manhattan's allowed the 10th most per game second chance points of Division I teams. Fairfield's got an opportunity there. They're number 358 in points allowed per 100 possessions. Manhattan is just a hideous defensive basketball team at this point in time. Double hideous, Brian. Not just one, but we'll double up on that. It's a bad basketball team on the defensive end. Now they do shoot threes pretty well on the offensive end, and maybe they'll, light up Fairfield that direction, but I don't think they can do enough here. Fairfield, actually, guys, schedule-wise, haven't been bad. They lost to who they're supposed to lose to, but they've beaten who they're supposed to beat. And all these teams, let's use our favorite phrase here again, weight class, all the teams that are in Manhattan's weight class that Fairfield has played, and there's been a half a dozen of them, beat them all. Beat NJIT, beat Stonehill, beat Loyola Maryland, beat Lemoyne, beat New Hampshire, and then, of course, Columbia with that offense whacked them. Seton Hall defended them to death, 82-59. And Penn State, they only lost by 8 in that game. To me, the body of work right here for Fairfield has been far better. The Columbia game, guys, was such a mirage. I think Columbia overall in that game was 40 for 64 from the field. Real hard to do, 40 of 64. Sometimes in practice, you can't hit that. I don't think Manhattan hits that here. They're really a one-trick pony, a three-point shooting team. They've lost to bad teams here this year. I'd like at this price tag, Adam. I mean, this could be my leg of the parlay. I'll think it through, and maybe we throw them money line in here too. But Fairfield -1.5. I agree with the line move.
I kind of like the under here. Rob's point's well taken about Manhattan being a hideous, double hideous defensive team. But I mean, I believe they're last in the country in 3-point percentage allowed. Teams are hitting over, I think, close to 43% from behind the arc. That can't continue.
Yeah.
Can it? I mean, like, even if you're just leaving your opponent wide open, like they're not going to hit 43% against you and you're at home now. This is kind of it looks like the under's taking some money too. I don't know. This is a high total. We've talked about how it's hard for teams to get to like 140. It's harder than you think for teams to get to 140, 145. We're talking about 156. I mean, are both these teams going to score 80 points? I guess it could happen, but
I'm the kind of guy who would bet against thoughts
it.
Here that I want to get out that I'm going to try to do it in a very short period of time because I know people want to talk about other games. But you talked about the under. Army hit like 15 threes against Manhattan over the weekend. It cost me. It was another on a string of just inexplicable results. Army is one of the worst shooting teams in the country. They were getting rolls like you read about. I mean, it was just I didn't even think the defense was like insanely bad. I think Manhattan's just had some really, really terrible 3-point luck go against them this year. Another game I'll point to that they played was Wagner. Like another bad team, just hitting prayers. Kid pulled up from the parking lot. I mean, it was just like to tie the game. They've run into some really bad luck. Now, I'm actually would be against Rob in the respect that like I really want to make a case for Manhattan, but I have to at least acknowledge the fact that I haven't really truly figured out how to price this team without Will Sidnor. Okay, so Manhattan's not only is he their best player, he is one of the best players in the conference. He's on a very short list to be MAC Player of the Year this year, and he was deemed ineligible like right before the season for something that they're looking into investigating, so on and so forth. So it's going to be one of those things where like one day he's just going to pop up and they're going to be like, yeah, you know how the NCAA works. Like by the time Linda in the front office gets around to it 3 months later, figuring out if you were eligible or not, then they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, by the way, he can play. And then you'll just suddenly be like, you'll see like 1 minute before the game, oh, Sidnor's here tonight. Like, right. And then the line should move 6 points based off that. So it's like kind of been frustrating because Manhattan was a team I was so high on coming into the season. With him, they're a team that can contend in the MAC. Without him, they can still score the basketball. I mean, they have Winston, Dinkins. They have a trio of guys that can really put the ball in the hoop. Devin Dinkins, Jaden Winston can both fill it up. And if you had put Sidnor on this team, they're blowing teams like Fairfield out of the water. The problem is we still don't know if he's playing. He hasn't played yet this year, so you'd have to assume he's out. And with him out, I mean, he really does lower the profile of this team significantly. So it's like I want to come back with Manhattan here because I feel like they were the better team against Army and kind of got screwed in that game. I haven't done it yet. And to Rob's point, Fairfield has played well in these types of games. But as I see Fairfield take money, I think if this hit like 2 and I was going to catch a bucket here at home with Manhattan, I'd have to go the other way and take Manhattan. So that is Bayou says Army has went from 354th to 267th in 3-point shooting since that Manhattan game. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I haven't wanted to trash my house in a long time. I almost did after that one. BP, you know the feeling.
I know the feeling. I've been there before. To the person who asked what game are we talking about? Yes, it's that kind of show, folks, that you can just wander in here and say, what in the world are these three guys talking about? We go deeper, of course, guys, than probably any show on the internet on the daily college basketball card. So thank you for your support. Again, smash that like button, click subscribe if you already haven't done so, and keep those comments coming. And I apologize, the person who asked, what game are you guys talking about? I don't know if this happens for you guys. Whenever I get in the comments thing here in the chat, and I reply, it shows it from 3 different accounts. I don't know how that works. I don't do the technical stuff behind the scenes, guys. So I wasn't getting ornery with you. Like I didn't want to tell you 3 different times we're talking Fairfield Manhattan. It just did that. I don't know why it did that. So
it's connected to all of the WagerTalk accounts. So
okay.
You post a comment, it comes from like all of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you should have seen Tokyo Brandon trying to have conversations with people during the baseball show, and he's like having like a full-blown conversation, and it's like 4 accounts every time he types something in the chat. He had to take his chat privileges away, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, Manhattan Fairfield, the Max crazy, man. There's going to be some wild results in this league. There always is. I want to get Rob back in here, and I want to appease the folks in the chat who are like, we need to talk about a real game for a second. There's one that I want to hit that we haven't talked about yet. And it looks like the folks in the chat want to see as well. It's TCU Notre Dame.
We did 13 minutes on Gonzaga, Kentucky to open the program.
And we did Xavier Cincy. So, and we still have 19 minutes of the show left. So we'll probably get to some others. Rob, TCU Notre Dame. What do you make of TCU? They lose to New Orleans. They come out. They beat Florida. Like, this team's all over the place. Now they're a favorite. I don't know if they should be this big of a favorite, but talk to me about Horned Frogs, the Irish. Do you have a play in this one?
Yeah, go back even further, Adam. And now that 67-63 loss to Michigan looks really, really good the way Michigan's playing. I mean, I forget which game it was. It may have been the Florida game, or maybe it was it probably was the Michigan game, where I texted you and said Jamie Dixon had a game plan to stop these guys, and they executed it. Defensively, they were outstanding that night. Around the perimeter, Michigan's got bigs that can hurt you. TCU handled that. I would love to get the TCU in this game, but the price drives me away. I just don't know if I want to trust them to cover 7 points. I still might, but it's a pretty sizable number here. Notre Dame's been through a couple of pretty good battles as well. I mean, when you play Houston the way they played them, and they snuck in under the number at the end of that game. I think Houston was like 10.5. They win by 10, or maybe Houston was 11. But Notre Dame actually played them really, really well. That's probably as good a defensive team as you'll find in the nation. So TCU's defense might not bother them. Played Kansas pretty well. Played Ohio State really well. So I kind of find Notre Dame a tough team to give 7.5 points to. So I diverted my attention to the total, thinking maybe we can find our way to 140 points here. And I still believe that maybe we can in this game. As much as I talk about TCU and how impressed I was with the defense against Michigan, I still think that there's upside to this offense, to tell you the truth. Now, they just come off of a win against Wisconsin. They get to 74 points. Wisconsin is not your dad's Wisconsin that plays 58, 56 games, but they're also not Greyhound pace. And so to get to 74 in that instance, to get to 137 with Wisconsin, I think it's doable to get to 140 here with Notre Dame. Micah Shrewsbury, it doesn't like to use a lot of pace either. More efficiency over pace, let's put it that way. And they played Missouri really well the other night, right? They get to 147 with Missouri. So for me, I'm still looking at it. I think I might get to a place where I play the over in this game. But there's not a lot of wiggle room. I'll say that too. It's not like I feel like this game's going to get to 150, but they pay me the same for 140 as they do for 150. So whether I think it's going to get there by a half a point or 10.5 points doesn't really matter. I just think this 139.5 number is attackable here, and maybe we'll get to that.
Yeah, Well, go ahead, BP, if you
No,
want.
I actually don't have anything on this game. But I am ready to lock in my parlay leg
All
when
right.
we're done with this game.
All right, I'll say a few words about TCU Notre Dame, and then we'll go to you for the parlay. I felt like the number was big. Notre Dame is like, I think I'm a little bit higher on them than maybe the market. I saw this, and I just want to make sure that I'm Yeah. I mean, I saw this hit 7.5. Let me just pull up I believe my number was quite a bit off of this, and to the point where I almost felt like I had to sort of jump in just from a numbers perspective. Yeah, I made this one 4.5, and I think that's probably where it should be. Now, I haven't played it yet, but again, Notre Dame, they have scrappy guards. They can make a few shots. The thing with TCU that they've really had that's really sort of propelled them in these games when they play up is their guards they just harass the guards, right? Like Florida, we've talked about their backcourt and the struggles that their backcourt has had. Well, TCU just was in their shorts the whole game, and they couldn't handle the ball, and they couldn't get into their offense, and it's probably why TCU won that game. I think Notre Dame maybe handles that a little bit better, and at least to the point where they'll handle it enough where TCU can't run away in this game. So that's sort of what puts me toward the Notre Dame side. It is on my 7.5, I think is a decent bet from a numbers perspective. I'm going to have to sort of think about that one throughout the day, see if it continues to move. But I wouldn't I think 7.5, you're laying way too much of a premium on TCU. I think that would be a bad bet from a numbers standpoint. So it's going to be Irish or pass for me. Okay, BP, the floor is yours. What are we putting in the parlay?
Let's go late night degenerate special. Let's take the points with San Diego against San Jose State. San Jose State profiles as a terrible favorite. Why does San Jose State profile as a terrible favorite, you may ask? Well, there's two reasons I'm going to give you. Number one, they stink defensively. Teams are shooting inside the arc. And if you have a bad 2-point percentage defense, guys, I think you would agree that tends to be less fixable than 3-point. 3-point defense can be very variable game to game. 2-point, if you're bad at defending inside the arc, means you're a bad defensive team. Okay. San Jose State, bad defensive team. They also don't play very fast. Adjusted tempo, San Jose State, 345th in the country. That's bottom 21. You're not good defensively. You don't play fast. How are you going to win by margin? This number against the San Diego Toreros has gotten up to 7.5. I'm going to go with the Toreros plus 7.5 here to stay within. And Palm has this as a 5-point game. I would concur with that.
I was on San Diego last week at one point, and so on paper they ended up losing to Cal Baptist by 15. They had a generational scoring drought in the second half of that game, where that was for 28 minutes. That was a very, very competitive basketball game. You would not have been able to decipher who was the better team. And
Cal Baptist isn't bad.
Well, that's the thing. We talked about Cal Baptist a bunch on this show. And then they went literally, I'm telling you, they didn't make a shot for 9 minutes. It was just out of nowhere, could not buy a shot, and turned what was, and I think they were, and the reason I bring it up for two reasons. One, they were right in this price range. I think they were plus 8.5. Here you're getting plus 7.5. That was the line, right? BP 7.5 for San Diego.
Let me just double check there against Cal.
Well, yeah,
I'll check. Keep going. I'll just hold on one second. San Diego closed plus 8 against Cal Baptist. Yes.
Yeah. So, and that's basically what you're catching here, with San Diego in this game. Point is, if you take that 9 minutes out, which to me was very much an aberration. Also, these MTEs, they were in they were somewhere in California playing on a neutral
Palm
court.
Springs.
I don't like these MTE type tournaments for true evaluations of what a team is, or these neutral court games. So even though they didn't have to play back-to-back games in that one, it was just a one-off on a neutral. I still it is what it is, right? This is a team that beat an Idaho team that I think is a lot better than people are giving them credit for. Last time out, they went to Long Beach State. Lost a competitive game. BP, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that San Diego, that Steve Lavin, I believe, still their head coach, is competitive here, and that's all you need. Competitive game gets you inside 7.5.
Glad they got him out of the booth. Yeah, San Diego was up by 9 in the second half of that game against Cal Baptist, and then they
just didn't make a shot.
I've got the play-by-play. They were at 51 at 14-19 left in the game. They were still at 51 at 11-18, and they were at 53 at under 9 minutes. They scored 3 points in a 6-minute stretch. They scored 6. Oh my God, have mercy!
Yeah. Please don't I don't want to relive that. So yeah. It was.
They did. Oh my God! How long were they stuck on 57? What is this?
9 minutes. One of the
8:16. They got to 57. They didn't get to 58 until 1:31 left in the game, and they were 14% from 3 in that game as well. Oh, give me the Toreros.
So when you talk about a deceiving box score, a 9-point lead on Cal Baptist turned into a 15-point loss. It was just like, how do you even, right? Like, how do you even do that?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I messed with the screen trigger. I'll put it back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, we're going to move on. So what we'll do, we got 10 minutes left. Jose Perez asked a question about Brown Bryant. So let's talk about this game, and then we'll go to Rob for his parlay leg. I'll give him a little bit of a heads up so he kind of gets his thoughts together. But I do want to bring him in on Brown Bryant because I have a sort of total spin on this one, and I always like to get his opinion on total. So, BP, you'll remember, I went to this game 2 years ago, this exact game, this exact weekend. And then I came and met you at the Sportsbook in Boston after the game. So right. This is Bryant and Brown. This is a rivalry. They play this.
We were all very perplexed why you were going to this game.
I had to get. Listen, I can't justify leaving the house and coming all the way to Boston if I'm not getting a game or two. And I went to Northeastern the next day. If you remember, I missed dinner. To go watch Northeastern. But anyway,
what a dinner that was too.
Yeah,
I remember that.
This is a rivalry game. They play it every year. It's typically a battle. It's been close the last couple of years. The reason I want to bring Rob in here is this is getting bet up on the total, 127 to 131.5. Yet I've watched a lot of these two teams play so far this year, and none of it has been aesthetically pleasing. Now you can talk about Brown and say, well, they've been without Lespert. Landon Lewis just came back. They were really down 2 starters for like 3 or 4 games to start the season. Bryant is year 1 for Jamion Christian. I remember Jamion Christian because he came in 1 year at Siena, had a good year, and then took off, went to George Washington for a couple of years. But to Jamion Christian's credit, I always have a warm spot in the heart for Jamion Christian because he gave us Jalen Pickett and let him stay for a couple of years. So that was a Jamion Christian recruit. He is a good recruiter, and I do think he's like going to put together a team at Bryant at some point, but this team has no clue how to function yet. Like they really just don't know how to like function offensively. It's a total mess. Very similar to like the year he was at Siena. It took him a while to sort of figure out, hey, let's just play super slow. Let's let Jalen Pickett walk the ball up the court and then just ISO him and kind of make a play. Reason I say that is 127 up to 130.5 is the wrong move, in my opinion. That should be moving the other way. These two teams are both horrific offensively right now. And Brown is still arguably missing their best offensive player or one of their best offensive players. So, Rob, like, what do you make of that move? Any reason that it should be going toward the over?
Well, I had thought that Lewis was going to play tonight, and that's probably
Lewis is playing. They've been without Lespert. Lespert's the guy that hasn't stepped on the floor yet this year. Lewis is back.
And so let me just describe it to you from the way I would think it out, Adam. The first problem with Bryant for me is you go from Phil Martelli to Jamion Christian. So right away, you're putting square peg in a round hole. You're taking all the players that were there and either running them off and bringing new guys in, but you're changing the entire system, right? Christian is just known for being slow paced. Martelli, the exact opposite. You're not picking people up three-quarter court. You're not applying any pressure, et cetera, et cetera. You're not grabbing a defensive rebound and running the other way. So from that perspective, the first year is going to be bad offensively in my mind right away. And it shows out in Bryant's results, actually. They just haven't been there. You described how ineffective their offense has been. On the other side, the Brown side, unlike some previous versions that were high scoring, it's not the same with Brown either. They're kind of slow tempo as well. Combine those two, slow tempo, Bryant, extreme 360-degree change of systems, and then add to it rivalry intensity, which in my mind usually is on the defensive end in rivalry games, defensive intensity. I could see a case for Bryant team total under, to tell you the truth, 62.5. And I can't really see a case to buy into over. Again, the line moves are crazy based on a lot of, just play personnel on or off the floor. I don't know, Adam. I would be with you. I would play under. I also think you could get the Bryant under in that game, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, to Jose's actual question, he's like, no one's really betting Brown. I kind of like Brown. There was a point in time where Brown actually dipped to -4.5, and I said that might be a reasonable bet. Now it's up to 6.5, which I do agree with the move because I think Brown is a little bit undervalued from a statistical profile because they were without a couple of their top players. But then the other side of the argument is this was a team that heavily relied on Keno Lilly last year for a lot of what they did offensively. It was one of the best players in the Ivy. He's obviously now gone. So I just don't know if if I could comfortably lay 6.5 in a game that the local fans do care about. That was an awesome environment at Brown 2 years ago for that game when I went, and I'm sure it will be again tonight. So I think I would just have to lean punch back against the market on the total because nothing I've seen from these two teams suggests that this is going to be a high scoring game. So a lean toward Brown, lean toward under for me. And Rob, I'll kick it back to you to close this parlay out. What are you looking at?
Well, let's close it out with a total because that's generally how we operate here on this show. I'll close things out with a total. The Samford VCU game, guys, sitting at 150.5. Two options here for me were either to play VCU team total over 84.5 or play this full game over 150.5. And I think I'll go with the full game over 150.5. Martelli's not a guy to let off the gas at the end of a game. To tell you the truth, they'll keep scoring. So I like that from that perspective. But 6 of the 8 VCU games this season have all gotten to 151 or better. 6 of the 9 Samford games have all gotten to 151 or better. So combined, that's 12 of 17, real high percentage of these teams playing into the 150s. VCU, when given a team like this, can push the gas and get into the 80s. The reason why I didn't play them to get to 85 is that there's been some instances here where Samford has not allowed a real good opponent to get to 85, mostly based on tempo, guys. Lenny Acuff, real quick, I'll just go back to having been, I'm a Belmont guy. Belmont-Lipscomb is a big rivalry, but with Lipscomb, it was way more offensive efficiency than it was tempo. They could, in conference play, sometimes they would up the tempo, but they're a really usually good offensive efficiency team. Hasn't quite happened in the numbers yet this season. I think that's due to non-conference scheduling. But here, they're off a really, really bad offensive performance against Utah Valley. Utah Valley crushed them. I think they didn't even get to 50. So I'm a big bounce back guy. If you're a decent offensive team, you probably get into the mid-60s here because there's going to be enough opportunity. One last thing is that they don't turn the ball over very much, but when going through their schedule and the opposing defenses, there's not a lot of pressure-style teams like VCU on their schedule yet. So I think VCU is going to get some cheap points here. To me, it all adds up to a game that lands 154 or better. So give me over 150.5 in the Samford VCU game. He's muted.
He's muted. Over 150.5 in that game. That's a full game total. That'll close out our parlay. I got to bring this up. real quick. So a couple people asking about Siena, Niagara. Terrible tragedy for Siena this week with the Liam Gleason, who's been the lacrosse coach. That's, well, I believe his first year as an assistant was my senior year back in 2008. He went over to coach Albany for a couple of years. He's been back, and he's totally turned the Siena lacrosse team around. Passed away earlier this week. Terrible. Fell at his home, 41 years old, 3 daughters. Like, by all accounts, the nicest guy. It's just been like an awful week because of that. So McNamara shared, like, his office is right next door. But like, listen, like, we, it's pertinent information. Siena plays at home tonight. They opened 14 against Niagara, which is my number, was right on the number. It's possible that people's minds are elsewhere than on basketball for Siena. Now, could go one of two ways. They could show up and want to light up Niagara, who's got as bad of a team as they've had in my opinion, in the Greg Paulus era. But one thing about Paulus is he's a game planner. He's a scrapper. And if, like, you're not totally ready to play, he's going to hang around. He always does that. So terrible situation. By all accounts, Liam Gleason was a great person, and just a tragic thing to happen there. But we got a game to play. That game's being played, and it's info. You come here for info. So I don't have an opinion on the game. Like I said, my number came out right on there, but it was worth pointing out on the show. All right, we're going to close it right there. And just going to put in, so I'll throw minus 130 for the parlay for Xavier. I think that's fair. I don't know why this calculator's not working, BP.
Well,
let's see.
Impressive.
Okay, there we go. It's going to be plus 544. So your 3-team parlay today is going to be Xavier on the money line, which BP co-signed on, so I'm excited about that. He's Xavier on the money line, minus 130. Brian Power is going with the San Diego Toreros, plus 7.5 out west tonight at San Jose State. And Rob's going to go with a full game over Samford VCU, over 150.5. We are back ahead on
Friday, guys. It is another episode of Wager Talk. And yes, that is the best show at Wager Talk. Puck time. Andrew McInnes is away today, but filling his spot is the Baileys, the man I call the shot of Baileys in your coffee every morning. Brian Leonard is here. He's going to co-host with me. Him and I are going to talk Vegas and in New Jersey, Utah, Vancouver, Washington, and Anaheim. And we got a special guest. We're going to bring in the Prez to talk about San Jose and Dallas. He has a 5% play going up tonight that he'll discuss as well, too. He's a little late to the show today. He's, I think he's at the local hospital inoculating babies. But once he's done, he'll jump into the program. Bri, thank you for co-hosting, man. I really appreciate you coming on. You and I were talking just before this show went live. Last night, home teams 5-5. Underdogs ruled the day, 8-2 for the Dogs. They were barking last night, and technically you can look at it. One game was a coin flip, Detroit and Columbus, which is pretty much 115 minus 105. There's not really a true favorite in that one. The only favorite that covered last night was the Edmonton Oilers, which, thankfully for me, happened to be my 5% play in the NHL last night. Oilers in regulation. And when you score 9, you don't expect to lose a game. So I'm glad that one got there, Brian. I'm trying to keep up with the Joneses. And, man, you went 3-0 in the NHL last night.
Yeah, 2-0 in the NHL. I did lose my free play. I really thought Colorado was going to shut down the opposition offensively. And, of course, they got crushed. Gave up by far the most goals they've given up all day, or all year. But yeah, we had on the show, we had the Rangers, and that was a play for us, a 4% play. And we also had Boston. I couldn't understand why Boston was a home underdog. And so you catch a couple of 4% at plus 120 or more, that helps your bankroll. So now we're up to number 1 in the last 30 days in hockey, and I believe number 2 or 3 overall the last 30 days. So Yeah, it's been a nice run. If anybody signed up for us yesterday, because I did do a little bit of bragging because we've been doing so good for the last 4 months. You picked up a 3-0 day, and hopefully we continue that today.
And guys, it's Friday. Some great deals. The Weekend Warrior, which you can pick up, or even better, because Brian's going to be in action in NFL. He's going to be in action in college football, and he's going to be in action in NHL as well too. Mix in some basketball as well too. 3-day all access. Pick that up for Brian. You're going to get a bunch of plays. And you're going to have I think you're going to have a great weekend. Speaking of great weekends, this guy wants to kick off his weekend with a 5% winner. So let's bring him in. None other than the Prez. Prez, what's going on?
I got to tell you, man, look at this. Whoa. I'm so excited to be doing some work with Brian. I cannot tell you, Brian, I miss you, dude.
Appreciate it. I told the wife today, I said, I get to work with Prez for like the first time in 6 months on the same show.
Yeah. And listen, Carm, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm happy to hang out till the end.
What?
Okay, fine.
Seriously?
I won't. I'll let Brian.
Well, at least one of us would be happy for that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Brian suddenly has to leave for an appointment he did not know he had. But
yes,
just
of
came
course. I understand. I understand.
Listen,
anyway, Brian, I want you to know, if you listen to the best betting show ever, hosted by me, and
never been a guest, so I probably never heard of it.
There are no guests on that show.
Oh, okay. Good.
So, yeah.
So you're on the entire time.
Yeah, it's just me, dude. I just
I
talk.
thought you were trying to sell people to watch that show.
It's the #1 most watched show we have daily.
Is that right?
It outperforms Puck Time. It outperforms Wager Talk Today, the college football show, and every other show. But why wouldn't it? It's got Art DeCesar on it, and we built the whole damn show around him. Yeah. So, yeah, as I was saying, some guy gave out the New York Islanders yesterday on that show. I loved the spot, but that same guy didn't have the balls to release it to his clients. So I only get a half a pack.
So in other words, we got to take you on your honor.
No, you go watch the show. It's up there yesterday.
Okay.
But in talking about favorites yesterday and live dogs, I believe on Puck Time someone said, other than giving out also the New York Rangers as a pod play at plus 131, and they got there, someone said the Leafs are the most likely of the underdogs to win. Now, a lot of underdogs won, but the Leafs plus 178. They're a buy-on team, and I thought they had a chance to go in there and win. So kudos to your boys. Yeah. But we're talking about another big favorite, Prez, before we get to your 5% play. The Dallas Stars minus 278, San Jose plus 220, total sits here 6. The Prez did not choose this game, guys, because I had already determined the games Brian and I were talking about, and I had already let Brian know what the games were. I had to choose one of the 2 remaining games, so I chose the Dallas Stars for the Prez, because let's put him on the spot with a minus 278 favorite and see how he can find a winner in this one.
Well, I'm going to look to take the dog here. Firstly, I woke up this morning and a friend of mine, no names, Carmine, put some trends in for me. Look at this, dude. I'm just going to read Carm stuff. Carm writes, San Jose Sharks are the 3rd best team at 19-9 on the first period over. So I think we should take the first period over, 19-9. They're 8-3 in the first period overs on the road. And Dallas is a profitable 8-5 at home on first period overs. The first period over 1.5 is minus 135. I say take the over. How did I do, Carm? That was all your stuff.
That was excellent, man.
That's the best analysis he's had all season.
I know, right?
Like, it really is. It really is. He actually used some analytics instead of like saying, I like the way this team is playing.
Right. I woke up and there it was, man. Carm hands it to me. But in all seriousness, guys, I don't love this spot for Dallas. And look, they're coming back from 2 games. They went into New Jersey. They won 3-0. They lost to the Rangers, but this is a team that's won 5 of their last 6. And I think from that perspective, and especially coming home, this isn't the greatest spot for this team. And they're playing a team that is perfectly zigzagging since November 2nd. San Jose lost one, and just lost in maybe their worst game of the season to Washington 7-1. What I really love about the San Jose team, and I hate the term house money because I don't believe in that concept, but when you're a team that has no expectations on you, everybody thinks you're going to suck, and you come out and start the season 13-12, you're getting it done, you're beating good teams as well. You're basically playing free and calm. I think there's a lot of pressure on Dallas. There's no pressure on San Jose. And at this type of a number, plus 200, plus 210, I probably look to take San Jose, maybe plus 1.5 here and see a real close game. And Dallas can play close games, that's for sure. They just went to overtime 3-2 against the Rangers. So my lean on this game is San Jose. But my preference is Carmine's bet, which is the over 1.5, because that just makes so much damn sense, Carm.
Yeah, and just to go one step further, because they're such a big favorites, and I know people don't like taking the plus 1.5 lines, but San Jose, the plus 1.5 goals here is at minus 112. On the Sharks, and they're 20-8 this season, the 7th most profitable team in the NHL on the puck line.
Yeah,
whether they're favored or whether they're a dog. So sometimes you can find a jewel mixed in with some coal, right? And I think that's what we could find here. We'll find out.
Well,
in about 12 hours or so.
Well, I want to make mention, and this is super important to all, like from a macro betting perspective. This year, overtime's up. So we are at around 30%. So roughly 30% of all games so far this season has gone into overtime. So that should really help, solidify that kind of plus 1.5 bet, because man, Bri, that's a big number, dude.
Yeah, it was up to 28 earlier. Then it went down a little bit. It's usually in the 21, 23 range, something like that. But yeah, there has been a lot of games that way. I agree with everything you said, Prez. And take a look at Dallas. They're playing their 7th game in the last 11 days. What's their priority?
Yeah.
I mean, a home game against San Jose cannot be a priority. I like the over, but how about San Jose in the first period? Coming off a bad loss.
Yeah, horrible.
And they're going against a team that's obviously going to take them for granted. And you see this a lot of times with the better team steps down in class, and it takes them a while to get going. So yeah, I like the first period for San Jose, and I can't argue with the over.
And speaking of that, Brian, since you like that one, I will say that the Sharks this season are in what is 28 games. The Sharks have led after 20 minutes in 9 of them. They've trailed in 5, and they've been tied in 14, plus 7.4 units, which is number 1 in the NHL on the first period money line.
So just out of curiosity, is this gentleman here suggesting that we take a bet on the New York Islanders to win it all? Yeah.
It seems like it, but
it reminds me.
DA 46, whatever. He's a cool dude. So
yeah, Islanders are 90-1. They're better than half the teams ahead of them. Reminds me, Bri, a good friend of mine, Carmine, has this saying: if you bet $100 at 90-1 for the Leafs to win the Stanley Cup, you win negative $100.
Yes, absolutely.
Sort of like the LeBron James thing, getting double-digit points in his entire career, and then last game he didn't. And
every season,
this entire time you're broke.
Brian, every year for Prez, I get him $100 to win on the Leafs when I'm in Vegas. $100 on the Leafs to win in the Stanley Cup, and I get the ticket laminated because he's not going to be able to cash it anyways. So he might as well use it as a drink.
I have a whole wall of ticket laminated tickets. Wouldn't that be great, Carm? If I literally had a wall of them.
Yeah. What do you have to promote?
You know, I'm glad I get to promote this year because with Brian, because I'll tell you guys before I promote, I have so much respect for Brian's baseball and NHL handicapping. It is ridiculous. Very few of us are able to unearth plus 200 dogs, plus 160 dogs that win on a regular basis. And Brian can. So I'm curious what you think of this record, Brian. So I have a 5% NHL money line bet tonight. 5% NHL money line bet. I've won 6 in a row. That's pretty good. But it happens. We always win. We're going to win 6 bets in a row 5-6 times in a year. In the last 3 seasons plus this season, I am 17-5 in NHL money line bets, 5% plays. 17-5. That's a 77% rate. In 6 years, 6 freaking years, my record in 5% NHL money line bets is 43 wins and 16 losses. That is 73% over 6 years. I have one of those plays up tonight. I've had one this year and it won. Brian, Carm, I don't ask this much, but 43 and 16 over 6 years, I would consider one of, if not the strongest record on any play in any sport at any unit that WagerTalk has. Now, I could be wrong, but it's got to be top 2 or 3.
Two quick comments for you. First off, why didn't you tell us 6 years ago or whatever that you were going to, we could have used all that 40, whatever.
I'm sorry.
Record. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
well, you can make it up to
Shame
me next time
on
you come
me.
to Vegas. Also, what the hell is a year?
Yeah. Listen, I understand that you guys like to make fun of people with accents. I don't. I have respect for everybody. I understand we're all born in different countries. And to be told by an American how to pronounce English words is just something I don't care to listen to.
I will say that you've been calling it a year forever, but
Yes.
every other Canadian I've ever talked to calls
I'm
it
not
year.
Canadian.
What are you, South African or something?
I'm African. African. So as an African who lives in Toronto, I have a little bit of an accent. 43 and 16, Carm. How good is that? Because Brian won't give me any due.
That's
old were you when you moved
African
from
amazing.
Africa?
That's
10.
African amazing. Okay, what else you got to promote for the weekend so we can get you out of here?
You pronounced African wrong. It should have been. It's freaking amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Bri,
Exactly.
I really do miss you, dude.
Thank you, sir.
So I got my 5% NHL play up tonight. Neither Carm or Brian are going to admit that I have a historic record on that play, but both of them are going to bet the play.
By the way, what is the play?
I'll text it to you.
No, tell us now.
Yeah. I'll text it to you. I also have an NFL ATS bet up for Sunday, guys, and I'm 9-3 this year in these NFL ATS bets. That's right. I've only had 12 of them, and I'm 9-3. A great record, but not historic like that last one I told you about.
All right.
Bri, your hair is incredible. Carm, your eyebrows are magnificent. Anything else?
No, that's it.
You've got a
Get
great
out of
beard.
here.
I love you guys. Thanks for having
Later.
me, man.
Take care.
All right. Good luck. All right. Sanity.
Now back to sanity.
Yes, sanity is returned. Right, let's talk about your team, the Vegas Golden Knights. They're on the Rock playing New Jersey tonight. Lines anywhere, you can find this line anywhere from like 120-ish up to like 129 right now on Vegas, plus 107 on New Jersey. It's been a rough ride for the Devils of late. I think the injuries have taken their toll on them. They need to get Jack Hughes back in there. I think they've lost 6 of their last 9 games, and the ones that they won weren't the most impressive games. at that, beating the Sabres. I think they beat Detroit and St. Louis. 3 teams other than Detroit. Detroit's probably the best of the 3, the way they're playing right now, but struggling to beat some very good teams. And that's where their losses are coming from. And this is a pretty good Vegas team that got 2 well-needed victories at home before hitting the road. They're going to play 5 games in 9 nights on this road trip. I'm not really worried about their travel, Bri, because it's like 3 of them are in New York, one's in Columbus, one's in Pittsburgh, I think. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, good point about that. They played New Jersey, then they play both New York teams after this. So, yeah, that's going to help them. I don't think it gives us any value here, but it will when people look at the later games in this series. Yeah, Vegas right now, you talked about them winning the last 2 games, but 2 of those goals for Vegas went off the opponent's skates in the last game. So really, they scored 4 goals in overtime, I believe, and only 2 of them were deserved. Neither team, as you mentioned, are playing very well right now, and it's tough to trust either as a favorite here. And that's my choice in this game is I don't want to play a favorite that's not playing well unless it's a special scheduling situation or you're going to get a full-time their best effort. And Vegas is coming off that 2-2 homestand, and both victories were by a single goal. And considering they face the Senators, Canadiens, Sharks, and the Blackhawks, that's a little bit disappointing. Been a disappointing run for the Golden Knights. They continue to have problems getting everybody together, and they continue to switch lines. Since the captain came back, they've been better on the power play, which they really struggled with before Stone came back. But they dropped 6 of 11 so far this season on the road, and New Jersey, they've won 9 of 13 at home this year. Now, granted, they do have those injuries, and that's why you're getting the price you're getting now. But they dropped 3 straight at home, and including being shut out Wednesday by the Dallas Stars. So you've got a team traditionally plays well at home, and they've lost 3 straight here. They're about to go on the road, and they're coming off of a home shutout. I think that brings extra effort here for the Devils. They end this 4-game homestand tonight. They got to play in Boston tomorrow, so they got to play back-to-back days. Going on the road is never easy in the second of a back-to-back. And Boston, as we saw once again yesterday, has been very good at home this season. So I like New Jersey in this game. I'm not a homer. I will go on or against Vegas. I don't really care. It's just like another team for me. So I think this is a good spot for New Jersey, and I don't trust Vegas in the favorite role.
Yeah, my theory is, Brian, even though I'm a Sabres fan, is I'm a fan of the team that I bet on. Last night it was the Edmonton Oilers and the New York Rangers. That's all that really matters to me in the end, is putting up W's and making clients money, and also making myself some money at the same time. I would probably lean to the under here. I think Sheldon Keefe has got to get his team to play better defensively. It's a tough thing right now, but with Markstrom in goal, and I think he's expected to make the start tonight against Akira Schmid. This could be one of those ones where it's just a grinded out affair. They've allowed like 13 goals in those 3 losses at home, and you talked about them winning like 9 of 13 at the beginning of the season. They were phenomenal at home. They were tough to beat. But it's the injuries. The injuries kind of catch up to you, and Keefe has been on the wrong end of losing streaks as well too. With the Leafs, and then even with New Jersey last year, that went through a spell where they lost a few games when they had injuries as well too. So I'm not sure I want to buy on the Devils right now until they start getting some bodies back into the lineup. I think they're a good team, but they're a good team in a bad spot overall at the moment. So we'll see how they do in that one. Speaking of teams being in bad spots, the Vancouver Canucks and their goaltending issues with that team. Utah minus 132. I didn't expect to see Utah as big a favorite, and that's a surprise at 132 that I would say that. But plus 109 on Vancouver at home, 6.5. Utah, God bless them, scored 7 goals in Anaheim when I had over 6.5, because Anaheim contributed absolutely nothing, Brian, to that one. It was a loss turned into a win, thankfully. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, this is probably my least favorite opinion on the show today, but it's the first game home for Vancouver. They had a bad road trip. We talked about that yesterday in that regard. And they went 1-3 on the road. They've not been playing well. They're talking about selling away some of their players, trading away their players. But you're right. I thought the line would be in the 120 range for this one. And this is the 5th to 6th straight road games for the Mammoth. So coming off of some good play lately, I think they're a little bit overrated here. I'm not a big fan of this Vancouver team overall. I just think the spot's a little bit better for them here. And at this price range, if I'm got to be playing this game, I'm playing the home team. But luckily enough, we've got plenty of games on board, football, basketball, hockey today, where we don't have to do that. But if I had to play it, I'd take the home dog.
Yeah, it's a tough one, Brian, because you look at it. Obviously, we're seeing, which is probably the toughest thing, is we're seeing like injuries to goalies and how it's affecting teams. And obviously, having Demko in there is a lot better than I don't want to say Lankinen's a bad goalie, but you want Demko in there. You look at this team, and they've lost like 8 of their last 10 games. The 2 games that they won were kind of a surprising 6-2 win in Tampa, and then a win in Anaheim in what turned out to be a shootout, a 5-4 game. But they were a good over team for much of the season, but their last couple of games, 2-1 against the Kings, 3-1 against the Avs, the Avalanche. They dropped that one. They're not scoring the goals right now. They really aren't scoring the goals. You look at, I think their losses, 1 goal, 2 goals, 2. You're not going to win a lot of games with those ones. And then they lost an 8-5 howitzer in Florida. I don't know where they found 5 goals in that one. It's another one where the total's at 6.5, and it could be because of Vancouver's record earlier in the season with a lot of overs, and maybe the fact that Utah is coming off a big win in Anaheim. But Brian, I'm leaning to the under here. It's kind of like what you said. Utah's at the tail end of this road trip. I think they would love to go in there and even gut out a 2-1, 3-1 type of victory. You like the home dog here, and I can't blame you. I think they've got to play defense first and try and find some goals. So 6.5, too high for me. I like the under there. Any thoughts on the total?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. It's very similar from the total standpoint, as you mentioned in that Vegas game, where New Jersey's not scoring a lot of goals right now, and they're going to have to win by playing better defense. So I can see that game having very similar, that if you like New Jersey, it's probably going under. If you like Vancouver in this game, the under is probably the way to go also.
Yeah. And, as far as like injuries go, I think I'm seeing like he's questionable for tonight, but Connor Garland, who I like him. He's a spark plug for that Vancouver team. He looks like an insurance salesman. He looks like a guy who wants to sell me like life insurance if he's not in a uniform. But the man carries his heart on his sleeve, man. When he's out there, he'll fight. He won't back down, and he gives an effort. They could really use him in the lineup tonight. Speaking of players in lineups, Anaheim. What happened to their lineup in the last game? Because they were a no-show. So Washington's 143. They're having a fantastic trip thus far. They're playing great. I'm surprised Wash Redskin isn't in our chat chatting up Washington right now. But 143, Anaheim plus 118. The total sits here at 6.5. I'm gonna go to you for your thoughts on this one, and then I'm gonna follow it up with if our producer is listening, my pod play. I'm gonna match that with this game. So give me your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, who would ever thought the team with the best points production so far in the Eastern Conference is now Washington? I remember it couldn't have been more than a couple of weeks ago. They were treading down towards the bottom. So they're playing very good hockey right now. They're tough to go against, but it's their 3rd game in 4 days, and it's the final game of this undefeated 5-game road trip. And we talked about that a little bit earlier about how to play these teams when they're coming off the road trip, successful road trip, or if they struggle. They're coming in, as our friend Marco would say, they're fat and sassy. they're fantastic coming into this game. Third game in 4 days. I think they may overlook the Ducks a little bit here early. So if you want to play the first period, it's a definite way to play that with Anaheim coming off of a shutout home loss. So if you like to play first periods, I could definitely see Anaheim being worth the bet on this one. Ducks off that embarrassing 7-0 home shutout loss to the Mammoth, and they're 9-4-0 at home this season. So I prefer Anaheim in this game, but that first period of Anaheim may be even better. I'm looking to fade Washington. It's tough to fade a team as hot as they are, but when you get to be, unless you have the talent of like Colorado this year, in which they fell apart yesterday, but they've been so consistent all season long. Washington, unfortunately, has been very inconsistent. As I said, they started out great and then they struggled, and now they're playing great again. Are they a team that I think is a contender to win it all? I don't think they're there yet. So in this spot, I like Anaheim and the first period Anaheim.
All right. I like that, Brian. I agree with you 100%. Usually I go mano a mano with Andrew. But with that said, guys, that's going to segue me into the pod play on this game. And then we'll have Brian and I will discuss it a little more, and then I'll do the 6 and 60. But I'm going to take the over in this game, over 6.5, minus 115. As you guys know, the true balance is 62.73 after cashing with the New York Rangers as a underdog yesterday. But we took out 1K for the food bank where I live, Richmond Hill. I'll be posting some pictures of that when we drop off all the stuff. Still got to do the shopping for that one. But the Caps are 9-1 their last 10 games, playing unbelievable. More so, they're averaging 4.7 goals per game across those 10 games, which is unbelievable. How long they can sustain that, I don't know. That's a high number to continue to sustain. But they get the Ducks coming off an embarrassing 7-0 loss at home. You know that Joel Quenneville's not happy about that one. Probably the morning skate is not going to be a good one prior to this game, but the Ducks are going to respond. The Ducks are 5 of the last 6 games overall have gone over the total. 5 of the last 6 on home ice have gone over the total. And last time Washington was here last year, that game ended 7-4 for the Capitals. We don't need 7-4 to cash this one. I'll take 5-4 to cash it. Even 4-3 cashes, but I don't want to sweat it out. Let's get the over in this play. Over 6.5 minus 115 is your pod play. Brian, what do you think?
I think you should keep the chart at 62 because people are going to look at that. And if you're taking money out for charities and stuff, they're going to think your handicap is worse. And you've done so well on these. I want people to think that you've made the 1,600 or whatever that you have. So whatever that number was, 1,200, 1,600.
Yeah.
So my only suggestion, but that's very nice.
I will. I thought about that too. And for Monday's show, I will have the updated one after we win tonight's play as well too. So that's the positivity that I need to bring to this one. But that brings us to the 6 and 60, which I never get done in 60 seconds. But and then Brian and I will. I'll allow Brian to critique some of these games. Not a lot of notes on these ones, so that's the good thing. But I still somehow manage to go over 60 seconds. So our fearless producer, Dan, Mr. Philadelphia Eagles, Alexander, has the stop clock ready.
Don't liken me to the Philadelphia Eagles right now. Let's leave that part out of the quantifier for right now.
The Eagles are going into LA on Monday night, and
I'm going to the game.
Trashing the Chargers, Dan. Okay, I'm putting it out there right now. I'm throwing it into the world.
All right, well, you heard it, Brian. We have Carm to blame if they lose.
It's on. The Eagles are on both of my circa entries. They started with the Detroit Lions last night, and they're going to end with another winner. So we started with a winner. We're going to end with a winner, and hopefully 3 in between for a 5-0 week. But with that said,
quit stalling.
Let's go.
Here is over a minute and he hasn't started talking yet.
Here is your 6 and 60. All right, Carolina and Nashville. We're going to take the over in this one. Carolina 8-3-1 to the over at home. Nashville, 5 straight overs. That should be a 6, over 6 in that one. Ottawa and St. Louis. I'm going to take the Blues first period money line. Blues are 7-2-3 first period money lines away at 6-1-3 their last 10. Very profitable. Toronto and Montreal. We're going to take the over in this one. Toronto 11-4 with home overs. Montreal 8-3-1 with away overs. LA and Chicago. These teams played in LA last night and went under the total. I'm going to take under again. Second straight game between these two teams in LA. You normally don't see that. Give me the under with Spencer Knight in goal. Edmonton and Winnipeg. First period over 1.5. Oilers 7-3 to the first period over at home. Jets 9-6 on the road with first period overs. And Vancouver and Minnesota over 6 in this one. Nikita Tolopilo should be in goal for Vancouver. Yes, I think I pronounced that right. 2 games he's played, 3.56 goals against average, 892 save percentage. Canucks 9-2 to the over at home this season. That is your 6-60.
Actually, it was your 6-69, as it was a minute and 9 seconds. Close.
Who doesn't love a 69? Come on, man. Let's go.
A little bit
Who doesn't love a 69, Dan?
You're nasty, Carm. Carm, you're nasty.
You've been married as long as Carmine and I have. You've got to take advantage of it like that.
Yes, Dan. When you're as old as I am, and I forgot that it would have been longer because I should have really ended it with this 6-60 is brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, when you need to last more than 60 seconds. I'm going to get them to sponsor us. I need a proper video with me saying that at the end, and I'm going to send it to their marketing department, and I'm going to get them to do that and maybe sponsor the show.
I don't even need one of those sponsors. I just want one of those girls to come on the show with us.
Brian, it is a Saturday, Brian, that when I was going over this card yesterday, I always like to look at the advanced card and look at analytics, expected goals. Everything was just popping overs. And I'm like, this seems so squarish, but the numbers were supporting it. So I had to go with where the numbers lead you. The only one was LA and Chicago. And I really hope that Chicago doesn't do something stupid and not start Spencer Knight in goal. Like he's their goalie of the future, man. This guy's 24 years old, I think it is. And he played phenomenal last night. That game had over 6 expected goals combined in that one and finished 2-1 with Chicago winning that one. Spencer's playing great right now for that team. So they can pick up another win before they leave LA. Because LA is struggling on home ice.
It's for Chicago. Keep in mind since they played the last game, they're not traveling at all, so there is no. It lessens the home ice advantage. But the way the LA lost that game, it'll be a different game. I will point out on the OddsLogic page right now, the only place that has tomorrow's lines out are DraftKings. And 6 of the games are listed at 6.5.
Yeah, it's nuts. You wonder with the books. Like I see 2 of the books will normally any line that should be around the 6, FanDuel and DraftKings, which are very public books, list them at 6.5, and they just juice the under on them, make them like -120 or whatever, and then they'll adjust them throughout the day. But they always have like 6.5s on their lines. It seems to. I tend to look at more at some of the other books like Circa, Penny, what have you. The legalized books in and the legalized books in Vegas as well too. Superbook. There's a lot of them that you can look at. Fanatics, I feel, is kind of like FanDuel and DK in the sense of. They like to put up a lot of 6.5s, but we'll see. Maybe the logic is, Brian, with so many favorites losing yesterday, that they expect the favorites to win on the weekend and score goals at the same time. I don't equate the two together. I think it's one of the correlated thoughts of people that I like the favorite, so I'm going to bet the over in a football game, right? So you correlate the two.
The actual reason. And I can say this pretty confidently, the actual reason why DraftKings, FanDuel, and Fanatics put everything on the half is because, as you mentioned, those are very public sports books. They don't even have any of those in Las Vegas. And they don't want somebody betting something and not making any money on it. So if you put out a line of 6 and it ends at 6, nobody wins. The customer's not happy and the books don't make any money. So if they put everything at a half, there's winners and losers on every single game. And I actually agree with them from a sportsbook standpoint in that regard. They just moved the juice. You can see right now over at DraftKings, they got the 5.5 on the Nashville Carolina game, but it's over 42. No other book is going to come out with that. They will move it to 6, and it would be over maybe minus 120 or minus 110 or something to that effect. So that's why they do it. And to be honest with you, it's the smart way to do it. Public, as you were pointing out, they like a certain side, and if they say, "Oh, I love the over in this game," they don't pay much attention to what the line is. They just want to bet the over. And that's why a lot of the people who are new to sports betting lose. You've got to know the value of the numbers, and you've got to know if a 6.5 over minus 120 here is better than a 6 over minus 140 somewhere else, something in that range. But you've got to be able to know those numbers, and there's plenty of places with the internet now where you can go out and they will tell you what the value is on those games.
Brian, couldn't agree with you more, and a great way of explaining it. Brian, I'm 21 minutes away from noon here. I know it's much earlier there, and that's significant for me because I'm just going to be plastered in front of the TV. I've never been more excited about not watching a sporting event. It is actually the draw for the World Cup today. Next year's World Cup that is being held in the U.S., Canada, and in Mexico. They're doing the draw today, so we get to find out who the groups are, who's going to be playing in Toronto, because I have tickets for that one, who's going to be playing in Kansas City, because I'll be in Kansas City, and who's going to be playing in Mexico, because I will be there as well too. I've been invited as a guest to Kansas City and to Mexico. I hope, not by Buster. I hope to make it back alive from all three of those venues, because soccer fans can be very what's the word I'm looking for? Very passionate.
Yes.
And when you put a couple two different nations together that are passionate sometimes, and you mix in a little bit of alcohol, you can get some unruly fans. So with that said, today it'll be interesting. Italy, who still hasn't even qualified yet, we won't know till March, but we will know where Italy will be playing from if they somehow make it into the World Cup this coming year. And I have no illusions of grandeur with Italy. Even if they make it into the World Cup, Brian, it's going to be like one of those one and done things. They do not have a team that is good enough to make it. It's kind of like going into the NHL season and saying, I think this is the Sabres year. No, it's not. It's not going to happen. But I would love for them to play in Toronto, make it and play in Toronto, because it's something to cross off my bucket list. I've done a bunch of things off of my bucket list, traveling to Europe to watch some soccer games. So with that said, let's talk about other football, college football, and let us know what you have up at WagerTalk to promote over the next 3 days, because I got a feeling it's going to be a big weekend for you, and I want people to pick up that 3-day all access.
It is. Starting off with today in hockey, right now I've got 2 plays up for clients. I'll be putting at least one more, even though it's a small card. I think there's a value on today's card. Big 5% in college football tomorrow. I don't have anything. All games today were too close to my lines. Didn't see enough advantages. I had a really good college football season. I would have loved to put something out. Don't have it today, so I just want to let you know if you're looking for today's, there's plenty of other good handicappers on the site, including Carmine. But I do have a big 5% in college football tomorrow. I'm loving a play on the Sunday card, and I'll be putting that up. I don't know if it'll be a 5, but it would be one of my best NFL plays I've had in a long time, and I've got a really good run in that. College basketball won again yesterday. Smaller card today. Don't know how many I'll have, but it's been, as I mentioned yesterday, it's been a tremendous run in the last 4 months, and number one in many things right now. So everything's going well, and hopefully we brought you some winners on today's card. And if you want anything else, that's got that great deal. I don't know if they still have the 7 in 7 day time of thing going, but they've got the weekend football, they've got the weekend basketball, and obviously Saturday is always a big day in college basketball. So choose your best deal, make your best offer, and hopefully I can continue winning for you.
You will continue to win, Brian. I always say it is when we look at things, it is a marathon, not a sprint. But you've shown you can do both. You can sprint, and you can definitely marathon. It's been proven over the years with NHL, with college football. So just keep on winning, man, especially baseball. I'm looking forward to next year. The next year shows when you're doing the training camp tours, and you put out that special, the early bird special for baseball. We are going to promo the heck out of that, man, because you always have a great baseball season. So people got to pick that up and make that all access package for Brian. I'm tooting Brian on today's show. One where $500 off a 1 year all access. That's going to take you through next season's baseball season as well, too, where we already know the Toronto Blue Jays have won the World Series next year.
The things they've done in the offseason here have been terrific, and I hear good things about some of those other big free agents out there. So we will see.
You're coming up next year to watch
I will.
your Cleveland team up here.
Guardians come up to visit. I'll make sure we all get together for a week or so. I'll be up there for a week. Guardians of the Galaxy, and I'll talk to Rob Braley. We'll come up with a plan for that baseball game as well too, guys. For myself, 2 plays up in the NHL, 2 plays up in college football tonight. 3-0 sweep in college last weekend. A winning season in college football, so I want to try and keep that going through these bowl games as well too, and championship games, of course, this weekend. So that package is up $149, and you get all of the plays this weekend and all of the bowl games as well too. 2 plays up in the NHL, 1 NFL play up right now, but I'm going to have a 5% NFL play as well too. So you can pick up the Weekend Warrior, or you can pick up the 3-day or 7-day all access packages and get all of those plays. 2 soccer plays already loaded for tomorrow. 2 4% best bets. Really like these 2 games. So let's try and kick it off with some winners tonight in college football and NHL. We'll be back on Monday, guys. Andrew returns to the hosting chair. Brian will be on at least a couple times next week. For myself, Brian, the Prez, who jumped in after inoculating babies, and Dan Alexander, our fearless leader in the production booth. This is Puck Time. Have a great weekend, guys. We'll see you on Monday.
NFL Week 14 is a time to jump on board. Now, NFL coming into this show, 23-15-1, right around that 60% mark. Not bad for a show. Overall, college football and NFL, 55-25-1. It's about 69%. So we've been making money for you on Bet On It, and we're going to continue doing that. Start off this week on the live dog, Arizona Cardinals. Don't look now, but Jacoby Brissett has been playing some really good football. In fact, he's had a 92 or higher QBR in 5 of his last 6 starts, with 3 of those over 100 QBR. So even though they haven't, won all those games, he's played well. I like that. Number 2, I like the fact that the Rams are coming off a really heartbreaking loss against Carolina in a game they were double-digit favorites. And guess who's on board next? The Detroit Lions that you get at home. So now Rams now have their second back-to-back road games. Granted, this is a divisional opponent, but there's bigger fish in the Detroit Lions on deck next. Not too much to get excited about on a 3-9 Arizona team. And here's what we're looking at with the Rams. They're the number 1 power-rated team in all the NFL. They're number 6 in offensive efficiency, top 3 defensive efficiency, and they have a top 15 strength of schedule. So very respectable. Flip side, Arizona, barely top 20 offense, barely top 20 defense, but they've had a top 10 strength of schedule. All right. So they had a very difficult strength of schedule. Power rating wise, LA should be an 8-point favorite on a neutral field. All right. Now, home field advantage for Arizona is about 1.75 this year, and coupled with the last 2 or 3 years. So do the math there. Makes the Rams about a 6.25 favorites based on my power ratings. Now, dig a little deeper, and what you'll find is Arizona, when they lose at home, they don't lose by margin. That's the one place with Arizona that they're going to give you effort. Even those games that they've lost, they have not lost by more than a score. Jacksonville only beat them by a field goal, except for San Francisco. Green Bay only beat them by 4, Tennessee by 1, Seattle by 3. So they play hard at home. They give you that effort. That's what you want from a live dog. Again, we're getting 8, 9 points, 8.5, 9s are out there when it should be 6.5. I would have took it at 7 when it should be 6.25. Forgive me, because 7 is such a key number. It would have been a small bet, but once you get over that 8, it makes it a bigger bet. I released a premium to my subscribers, 4% play, which means 1% of bankroll. I would personally bet about maybe 5 to 7, 10% of that the most at plus 330 on the money line as well, because I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams overlook them and end up slipping.
Ooh, back-to-back losses for the Rams is going to be interesting. And hopefully this dog doesn't win outright and it's just back-to-back close losses, because I do think I'd have to take Tampa Bay in Survivor this week. I was just looking on my Splash account and I'm like, I don't think I have another choice unless I want to take the Cleveland Browns. So I think I am going to go with Tampa Bay, but I do like New Orleans plus the 8.5 here. And I do think it's going to be a lot closer game. I know Tampa's won 6 of the last 7 meetings, including just a few short weeks ago in October, where I probably should have used the Bucs because they won 23-3. And it was interesting then because they were running a 2 quarterback set. So now the Bucs can be prepared for either quarterback. Here's my problem, though. The Bucs have failed to cover the spread in the last 4 games. And New Orleans is the only team the Bucs have covered against the spread since mid-October. I think this line is just a little bit high, and that's probably because they're begging for Tampa Bay teaser money. But this is the most points the Bucs have been asked to lay all season. The way they've been playing recently and struggling, like they did last week against Arizona, I think it is going to be Saints or pass for me. I know last week the Saints should never have really been in that game, right? Dolphins went down, opening possession, scored, had a comfortable lead, and then they decided to proceed to give me a heart attack for the last 2 minutes of the game. That's exactly what's going to happen this week too. So take the 8.5 points here with the Saints and hope the Bucs actually going to win the game outright for me and my Survivor. Marco, I said that you have to answer to the comment section for the deli this week. And that's because even though you are 38-26 on the season, people are pissed.
Wow. I gave some bad turkey sandwiches, and we went 1-4 last week. I've told you every week how good we've done with the deli, and I'll tell you when we win. I'm going to tell you when we lose. We had a bad week, but as you said, Kelly, 8 winning weeks, 4 losing weeks, 1 break-even week. We're still 38-26 for the season with those deli games. And shout out, we've added a new sandwich to the deli menu. I just want to let my good friends
from Chicago. No, we've put a Chicago dog on the menu. So you go check out, the deli, see if we can, have a sandwich, come in and, mention the Bears. We'll give you a discount.
What do you like on your Chicago dog? Let's get into the comment section here. Tell me what your ideal Chicago dog looks like.
All right, Kelly. Now you're gonna let me piss off the entire city of Chicago again because I don't like the relish that goes on the Chicago dog. And okay, I know this is sacrilegious to true hot dog connoisseurs. One, it's got to be a Vienna hot dog. It's got to be the top of the line. That's what they make the Chicago dogs out of, the authentic places. But I'm going to kill it. I'm going to put ketchup on my hot dog. I'm sorry.
Put ketchup on your hot dog. You put mustard on there too, but you absolutely put ketchup on there, Chicago.
Oh, no, I get ridiculed. You don't, Chicago, you just set the comment section on fire. You're going to see how many people.
Mustard, onion, relish. Give me all the. I would even just put all of it. I want it all. That's what a Chicago dog is to me.
Okay. Well, I don't like the relish. I will substitute relish and I'll put sauerkraut on. I do like sauerkraut. I'll do that. Some sauerkraut.
Make the Polish and German viewers happy. Everybody else is going to say you're disgusting.
I know. Shout out to the Chicago fans, though. Really, I want you guys. I enjoyed spending the entire Thanksgiving weekend reading all of the bashes that you guys had.
This is what I told VR and Marco to do. I said, you guys, there is a button on X that says mute conversation, and then you just let these people yell into the void of themselves.
We touched a nerve last week. Kelly, you've had some, fan bases come at you. I have never, doing this for 46 years, had people come at us the way they did nonstop from the minute that game ended on Friday of Chicago and Philly to Saturday to Sunday. Nobody's talking about it. How about Carolina? You guys remember, Carolina, that was a winner. No. All they talked about VR with Texas. He talked to you guys all about Texas all week on the shows. Nothing. No thank yous. Just we suck because we thought Chicago was overrated. What are you going to do? It's a fun business, Kelly. You know it all too well. So
listen, I'm here for it. The love, the hate, the vitriol. Put it in the comment section because
I just don't understand it.
It makes me more money on YouTube.
I don't get it. Like, these are grown men. Like, it just confuses the shit out of me. It really does. Like, it's a regular season game, bro. You took time out of your day to actually write that to me. Like, how what is happening in your world that you actually needed to do that? About the Chicago Bears winning a football game.
Happening in their world. This is the only bright spot. It is the Chicago Bears are.
That's why they still dress their stupid kids up like Jim McMahon for Halloween with that dumb sweatband, like it's cool.
Hey, did it suddenly get hot in here?
No,
excuse me, guys. I don't know. All of the talk,
Marco,
and
70 degrees this week in Florida. I'm freezing.
No. It's no.
Cheer it in.
It's hot.
Go Bears!
Go Bears! Go Bears!
Go Bears!
The best team in football. I love you, Chicago. I'm sorry. Thank you so
All right,
much.
the show is going completely off the rails. All the commenters that have said what a great job I've done keeping us within parameters on a tight schedule has just been completely wiped away. Marco wants to do his deli segment in a Chicago Bears shirt. You have the floor, Marco.
All right, guys. And this is going to be an ugly one, okay? But that's what we do. We find ugly games that you've got to trust the process. It worked with us last week. Washington, we told you about 2 teams going into the bye, coming out of the bye together. One was on a roll, one wasn't. We went with the team that wasn't. It's a momentum stopper. Now we're going to go against that Washington team. What did I tell you last week when we took Washington? We said the only time a team that has a record like Washington and was expected to go to the playoffs this year because of what they did last year, and they're out of it, the only time they're going to show up and play hard is going to be a division game when they can play spoiler or a standalone primetime game. What was last week? A standalone primetime game on Sunday night against the Denver Broncos. They brought everything they had and they lost in overtime. They decided to go for 2 in overtime for the win instead of kicking the field goal and continuing play. They lost. That was, semi playoff game for them. Now they got to go on the road and play a Washington team or play Minnesota that absolutely looked like dog crap last week. There's no other way to describe it. But they're going to get J.J. McCarthy back this week. I know I'm not a fan of McCarthy, but what I saw quarterbacking last week for the Minnesota Vikings, J.J. McCarthy is a huge upgrade coming back, even though he's having a bad year. I can't take Washington in this game. We'll go with Minnesota. They've got the superior defense. I'll go ahead and lay the couple points with them. Washington is a poster child for lose the same game twice after the gut-wrenching loss to Denver. I'm calling it Minnesota 24-14. And Bears fans, I'm rooting against one of your division teams. So yay for me. I'm helping.
Yay for me. I can't, Marco D'Angelo. Today, that was, by the way, not planned. I don't know if VR knew he was going to do that. I sure as hell did not know that he was going to do that. Just having a great time here. Week 14 NFL. We're going to get into those best bets. Marco said he's betting against a team in the NFC North. And now VR is going to bet on a team in the NFC North against that same Bears team. Oh boy, here we go. Best bets time.
Please understand, I have zero bias at all. And both Kelly and Marco have known me now for 15 plus years. That's the one thing when it comes to sports betting. I'm very unbiased. But this week, I do have a slight bias in me. So this is going to be a little extra sweet because I kind of do have a little sour taste in my mouth. More on the replies than anything else. Here's the bottom line. All I can do is tell you what the numbers say. That's it. There's a difference between opinion and fact. And fact is, on this show, I am 52, 22, and 1. We've done bet on it now 14 weeks. Combined college football and NFL, 55, 22, and 1. That's about 70%. So I will be wrong on occasion. All right. Now, last week, we got the Eagles Chicago game wrong.
Welcome to Wager Talk today, the sports betting shows where we talk the talk and walk the walk. Football Friday. My gosh, it is a massive, massive weekend. We got championship weekend here, top to bottom. We got a bunch of breakdowns. Teddy's going to break down the Mountain West Championship. And then Rams, Cardinals, huge game in the NFL. And we're going to do another round of Sell Me. Marco's going to join us. It's Steelers-Ravens week, so we got to bring up Marco to talk about his Steelers. And then he's going to talk about the ACC Championship and give us his sauce of the week. Dan is going to join me, and we're going to talk about our Super Contest Pick 5 segment. And we have a special surprise guest for it's a one-time segment, and there's nobody that could step in and do this. So you're going to have an awesome, awesome Friday. Real quick, guys, Gianni is not going to be joining us today. Clap it up for Gianni. It's a great day for him. He recorded UFC yesterday, and he's moving. He's got a new place. So we're celebrating Gianni making a really nice move, getting a new place. So he's moving. I don't envy him, but it's going to be awesome when he gets in his new place. Let's get started. Let's bring on Teddy Covers. Teddy, you got some big games here. We got Boise State, UNLV. We got Rams, Cardinals. We got to do Sell Me. Happy Friday. How are you, man?
So the last time I moved, I swore to my wife and to my new neighbors, I'm like, I'm never moving again. I'm going to die in this house. And I still stand by that. And the moving's the worst, dude. Good luck, Gianni. We'll miss you today, buddy. That's a pain.
If you want to see your friends disappear, tell them you're moving.
Sure.
Hey guys, moving.
Works in your 20s, works in your teens, works in your 20s. 30 plus, you're hiring someone or doing it yourself. It's just how it is. Yeah,
Oh, in their 20s, you could get your friends to come over and just have a keg of beer.
Move
everything.
Beer work.
Drywall, holes in the drywall, everything's banged up and such. But moving is the bane of everyone's existence. So, all right, let's do the Mountain West Championship game here. We got Boise State, UNLV. I know we've had pretty good money come in on Boise State. So interested in your breakdown on this game. Is this line move warranted? Are you still playing Boise State? Do you like UNLV? What's your breakdown on this game?
So, I mean, the money has come for Boise all week. Opened as low as 1.5. Now I'm seeing 5.5s out there. And that has everything to do with the return of Boise quarterback Maddox Madsen. He's set to return. He basically missed all of November, and now he's going to be back. And of course, Boise's offense, which didn't work particularly well without him, in theory, is supposed to work a whole lot better tonight against UNLV. Because UNLV's been a team that struggled on the defensive end of the field statistically all season long. Their defensive numbers do not impress the betting markets. That's certainly another part of the reason why we've seen the money pour in on Boise. A third part of the reason that we've seen the money pour in on Boise has been this series history. And I've been on the wrong end of it, taking UNLV a couple of times during this span. 9-0 straight up for Boise the last 9 meetings, 6-3 against the spread. 8 of those 9 wins have come by 14 points or more. That includes a 56-31 blowout this year on this field with Boise laying 13. It includes wins over UNLV in each of the last 2 Mountain West title games. And no, this year was 56-31. And the Mountain West title game last year was 21-7. So Boise has shown that they can beat UNLV in a high-scoring affair. They've shown they can beat UNLV in a lower-scoring defensive struggle. That being said, all right, UNLV has been disrespected by the betting markets all year, right from the opener. Idaho State moved the ball up and down the field against them. It was 38-31 final. They were 30-point chalk. And at that moment, I think I heard 20 different people say, oh, UNLV is not any good this year. They struggled to beat UCLA. New Mexico thumped the Bruins the following week. UNLV downgraded from that. The Miami-Ohio game, they won thanks to a late fumble. About 38 points to the Redhawks. There was a lot of disrespect for UNLV early. They hung 51 on Air Force and couldn't cover -7 in that ballgame. The defense has struggled. But here in November and into December, the back half of the season, A, that defense has played a whole lot better. B, the offense is clicking on all cylinders. Anthony Colandrea, 8.7 yards per play full season. Jaden Thomas, the star back, 7.4 yards per carry full season. 4-0 straight up, 3-1 against the spread here since the beginning of November. And that includes a pair of dominant wins on the road blowouts. So there's certainly a pretty strong case to be made for Boise. All right, Boise's dominated the series. Boise's controlled the flow. Boise has the pedigree. But this Rebels team, at this price range, at +5, +5.5 right now, it's the only way it can look, Andy. It really is. I have enough respect for the Rebels, and I've seen them disrespect the betting markets all year long. I feel this game's a battle, not a blowout. And if I'm playing the game, I'm taking the points. My hometown, UNLV running Rebel.
Listen, when you go contrarian against the market, sometimes it's you're in the best spot. You want to be on the same side of the books as a lot of it. So the books, I'm sure, will be UNLV fans and
big UNLV fans.
Big UNLV fans, yes, absolutely. Let's do this Rams-Cardinals game. Huge game for the Rams here. The Cardinals, who knows what's going on with this franchise? They get turmoil at the quarterback position. Not a great look for Kyler Murray. The Jacoby Brissett is looking good here. But the Rams really control their own destiny. Obviously, they're going to be big favorites here. How do you break down this Rams-Cardinals game?
So Jacoby Brissett's been good. He's earned the job, all right? You can't understate what Brissett has meant to what Arizona. Look, Arizona's lost every game. They found ways to lose all these games. But they've been consistently competitive week in, week out. Looking right now at the Odds Logic live odds screen for LA and Arizona, I'm seeing the Rams 8, 8.5. There are 9s out there. And, of course, note the difference between 8 and 9. They call that a teaser protection line. A lot of the 8.5s and 8s get bet down. That's your standard teaser under the field goal. When you get up to 9, you can't get under 3. With a standard 6-point teaser. So some books will go straight from 8 to 9. Some books go from 7.5 to 9 and add juice. Bottom line, 8, 8.5. There are 9s out there for the Rams. Total sitting 47.5. for this matchup. And we're certainly talking about a Rams team off a bad showing last week. Certainly a bad, essentially on both sides of the football. Byron Young, that was a humbling experience. This was a wake-up call. Matthew Stafford turned the ball over 3 times last week. Quote, obviously, we're not going to win a whole lot of games when I turn it over 3 times. It hasn't been an issue, and I don't expect it to be moving forward. So there's at least a modest sense of urgency for the Rams here. But, of course, that sense of urgency means they got to win the game, not they got to win the game by 2 scores, which is what the point spread is asking them to do in this one. The Rams off a loss this year, 2-0 straight up, 2-0 against the spread. They've been good in this role. The Rams' last visit to Arizona, and I remember the game well because I had the right side in that one. Arizona 41-10, a blowout over the Rams. LA got off to that 1-4 start last year. Arizona got off to a hot start, and part of that was the Rams' last visit here, which was an absolute annihilation, start to finish. It's the type of loss that a division rival likely to remember even 1 year later. That being said, I mean, look what Arizona's been doing. All right. 5 of their 9 losses, they've outgained their opponents. They've lost 4 of those by 4 points or less. Last week, they outgained the Bucs by 100 yards and 1.4 yards per play. I mean, this team has been, I'm not going to say shockingly competitive, but they show no signs of quit. We'll give Gannon a whole lot of credit for that. Last week, again, they're down 2 touchdowns on the road in Tampa, and the offense moves the ball up and down the field. They score they make the game competitive. So for all the struggles Arizona's had, I haven't seen them let go of the rope. And when you talk about these division rival games, again, Arizona's 1-9 in their last 10 games, but of the 9 losses, 7 of them have come in competitive fashion by 4 points or less. It's worth noting that the 2 losses that weren't competitive were both against division rivals, Seattle and San Fran. But I think the price is a little bit high for LA here. A touchdown, maybe I'm interested. At 8, 8.5, 9, I can only look at the dog that continues to play competitive football week in, week out, even with LA coming off that defeat.
What's your take on Kyler Murray at this point? Like, what does the future hold for him? Is he still going to stay with Arizona?
No. This is I would imagine that Arizona resets this offseason. I'm not convinced anyone's going to be back. Whether it's the coach, whether it's the quarterback. But I mean, Brissett's played well enough to keep starting. I mean, we have to give him credit. All right, he's played well. He played every bit as good as Kyler Murray, if not better. Murray has a unique skill set. There's hope for Murray. I don't know if there's much hope for this offense. I do not expect to see him back in Arizona next year at this time.
I think he's going to look great in a Minnesota Vikings jersey.
Jets will probably be interested too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why I'm starting Jacoby Brissett on my fantasy football team, a phrase I did not think I would be using at the beginning of the season. He's just putting up these big stats, and because he's on my team, I watch him. I'm like, it's not bad. Jacoby Brissett,
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, bad.
For as bad as Arizona's record is, they've been in these games. They've been competitive. And again, what I'm looking for when we talk about December NFL, basic strategy. The teams that have let go of the rope, they're going to let go of the rope. Those aren't the teams that aren't competing. Your Tennessees of the world's going to tell you, you're going to have a hard time getting me to take Tennessee. Your bottom feeders. But your bad teams that are still fighting, that are holding on to the rope and hanging on, there's often value with squads like that. Arizona certainly has been a value-laden team despite all their struggles for the better part of the last 2 months.
Yeah, I'm not the only one. I've been starting Jacoby since Jane Daniels went down. He's 25 points a game. Jacoby Brissett's winning you fantasy games. It's amazing. So we're going to do Sell Me, but Teddy, I know you got a really good special up with a promo code Teddy299. Gets the rest of college football and NFL. Tell us about that special.
Yeah, look, this has not been my best football season. I mean, believe me, you guys have told me on X. I know. I know. That being said, one of the things we do, A, at WagerTalk, we're transparent, and B, I ain't letting go of the rope, all right? I made money in December. I made money in January. We've had real good Super Bowls in recent seasons. I'm not expecting anything different this year. I know it hasn't been great, but if you want to get on board for the rest of the season, this is every play, every day, NFL, right through the Super Bowl, including the prop report, all 5% big tickets included, college football, right through the national championship game, the entirety of bowl season, and obviously this weekend included. Just use promo code Teddy299, and that'll get you every play, every day for the rest of football season, college and the NFL, for $299. I expect to make money, and I would love if you would join me. So visit my homepage, wt.buzz/TC. Let's get on board. Cheers.
All right, we got to do Sell Me. So we bring on Dan. If you haven't seen the segment before, this is where you, the audience, get a chance to win 3-day pass. So Dan picks a random game, assigns me and Teddy a team, and we have to impromptu style make the case for why they will cover the spread. And you, the audience, pick a side, Teddy or Andy, put it in the comment section after the show is over. If you like Andy's side, you like Teddy's side, then put your WagerTalk username. We'll pick a winner, and you get a free 3-day pass. So, Dan, you're giving us a good game this week, right?
Of course. The only time that we talk Sell Me, we talk about marquee matchups. I mean, what, you got that Monday Night Football game I'll be in attendance in LA. We got a nice Houston, Kansas City. You know, Kansas City, their playoff hopes alive. Well, guys, let's talk about the marquee matchup that everybody wants to know about, and that is the Titans versus the Cleveland Browns. How fun is it to sell me on an NFL side that nobody wants either side? If there's a quad box, if there's an octo box, people are actively avoiding getting this game up there, but there might just be some betting value, and we're seeing well over the key number of 3 here for the Cleveland Browns. They are 4-point favorites as they're taking on the de facto worst team in the NFL, and this thing is 4 painted. A beautiful total of 34 points in this game, Andy and Teddy. This is a barn burner. Andy, you're going to let me know why the favorite is justified. Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns laying the 4. Teddy, you're going to sell me on the Titans as a dog, but Andy, you're up first. Home favorite here, over a field goal. The Browns. Is it the defense why we're seeing this? Why do you think we should be betting on the Cleveland Browns? Sell me on that NFL side.
Well, anytime you can get 4 points on a team that scored 8 points last week, you have to do it, especially because they would have covered this spread against the Titans, who scored 3 points last week. So you have 2 teams here who scored 11 points combined. And listen, this is just a disaster season for Tennessee and Cam Ward. It's not going well. They have injuries. I'm looking, they have 1 win this season. That was at the Arizona Cardinals. But they're not only losing, they're losing by margin, and they're losing by margin at home. They got boat raced last week. They lost by 6 to Seattle, but that game was a complete blowout. It was all garbage time points. Same versus the Texans. You have a Browns team with Myles Garrett, who's probably going to get the sack record this week or next week. You've got Cam Ward, who just continues to throw interceptions, and now you got a Tennessee Titans defense that cannot stop the run. And Quinshon Judkins is going to get probably 23, 24 carries. This is a Browns team that's going to eat up a lot of clock. They're not going to let Shedeur throw the ball that much. It's going to be just disgusting Cleveland-y weather. And the only thing more miserable than playing for the Titans is playing for the Titans in Cleveland. This is going to be an unmotivated Titans team. It's going to be a lot of running. And I can't believe I'm saying this. I would take the under on this 34.5 or whatever it is. I don't see. It's just going to be a lot of clock running, and Myles Garrett's going to eat Cam Ward for lunch, breakfast, dinner. So I will gladly lay the points.
All right, so he's gladly laying the points. I don't know if you can do anything gladly in this game, to be fair, Andy, but Andy will gladly lay the spot there with Cleveland. And guys, this starts to become a math problem when you have a 34-point total, you know, a 4-point favorite. It's like those word problems that you would have way back when it would be like, the train is traveling at 30 miles per hour. How many apples does Teddy have? Well, that's the question. RJ says, you got a total of 34, 4 as a favorite. Will the Titans score? Because, Teddy, you making a case here for the Tennessee Titans, them scoring at least once has to be a part of the equation, correct?
Yeah, this feels more like a trolley problem than a train problem. We got to figure out, which one we're going to run over. Because both
covered wagon, if you will.
Deserve it. And of course, I know that it wasn't just a minute ago that I said when I was talking about the Arizona game, I'm like, well, I'm not going to try to make a case for a team like Tennessee that's let go of the
And
rope.
here you are doing it.
And here I am making a case for a team like Tennessee. But any handicap in any sport, for me, it always starts with the favorite. Does the favorite deserve to be favorite? Does the favorite merit this price? And Cleveland is not a team that can be favored with any level of confidence. All right. The last time, and we've seen the Browns favored already this year. Favored a couple of weeks ago against the Jets. Yeah, they lost that game in straight up fashion. The Jets hung 27 on them, which is something of a concern if you like Tennessee. There's another key factor here. If I'm looking for little points that are going to put me on the Tennessee side, when you talk about bad teams, home field isn't worth anything. I'd much rather get an extra field goal plus, with Tennessee in Cleveland than ask the Titans to win this game at home, where they're getting no support, or the crowd's starting to boo well before halftime. That'll happen at Cleveland this time around. And for all the struggles Cam Ward has had, Tennessee's defense hasn't let go of the rope. They've been playing hard every week. And also, one more, again, little notches. I'm just trying to think of things. Little notch. You have a first-year coach in Tennessee and a veteran coach in Cleveland. Who do you expect the better play from down the stretch? The team playing for the first-year head coach, not the team playing for the head coach who's been there for a while. So, again, asking the Browns to win by more than a field goal is a little bit rich for my blood. Tennessee, a clear choice, Andy. Clear choice for this bet.
Clear choice. The votes, Andy, are coming in, and this is probably my favorite. And drop your votes in the comments below after the show. You write Teddy, you write Andy, and you share your WagerTalk username. That's how you're entered in. If the guy that you choose, his side covers, you're going to be entered in to win a little prize here from WagerTalk. But this is my favorite comment. They're voting for Tandy because this game stinks. so take your pick. We're voting for the super couple that is Tandy. So there you go. But comment below. Let us know who are you going with. Comment with your WagerTalk username, and you'll be entered in for some flex pick action. So well done as always, gentlemen. Always look forward to this segment every Friday.
Thank God we didn't get to break down Texans Chiefs or one of those big games. I would have hated to break down.
But if you frame it like our WagerTalk insider here, Cam versus Shadur, if this was a college football matchup, you would be intrigued by the matchup.
Yeah, good game, interesting game. You can bet on it. That makes it that always makes it interesting.
Yes, absolutely. Teddy covers. Don't forget to use the promo code Teddy299. Gets the rest of college football and NFL season. Teddy, thank you so much. Good luck this weekend. Let's have a big weekend. Can't wait to see you next week. Thank you, brother.
Cheers.
All right. A couple things here. 5% NFL best bet went up. We cashed last night by the hook. So the primetime run continues in NFL. It's 24-12 on primetime. Thank you for all that joined. So 5% NFL best bet is up. That's going to include all plays that we have on Sunday. We still have our 5% UFC best bet that is up. So we have a monster weekend. 3-day pass is probably the best move at this point. It'll get you a couple of 5% plays. So that's over at wt.buzz/AL. Had a really nice 4% winner in golf yesterday. Got a lot of golf plays going today. David had asked about the cricket play. So here's what I'm going to do. David said, could we do a video talking about cricket and breaking it down? That would be the least viewed video we have ever done in the history of WagerTalk. Here's what I will do.
Andy, I did do a video on how to bet lacrosse, and that may have beaten your cricket breakdown as the worst viewed video on WagerTalk's history.
We would at least compete. What I would do at the very end of the show, after all the super contest picks, after all the breakdowns, David, I will talk a little bit about the cricket play because I know we have a bunch of people in here that are involved in that. So it's just going to be at the very, very end. So stay tuned for that. We got to bring in our special guest. We're bringing in Jesse. And myself and Chris, we're talking, and we were like, man, we got so many great games, and we have tons of individual game breakdown videos on the YouTube channel, and you guys have heard us talk all week about these NFL games. And we were like, a real gambling channel would break down the worst of the worst games. And Jesse was like, that's me. That's right up my alley. So let's bring on Jesse. So Jesse, we're gonna I have props for this one. You're going to break down the trash games, and I've got some various things that were in my trash, and we will compare these games to to this. So let's start talking about these just horrible games and how we can break them down. And you just heard me and Teddy break down Titans Browns. So I want to hear your breakdown. And I have this game kind of as the This is the empty toilet paper roll. That's what this game is. We've got no use for it. It's flimsy. Nobody wants it around. Throw it in the trash. So break down this Titans-Browns game. Break the tie. Who do you like in this one?
I mean, if you appreciate good defense, this is a hell of a game. You got Myles Garrett looking to break the sack record, which he's probably going to do. I like this Browns team. I like their defense. Obviously, their offense stinks. Shedur's hasn't really proven anything so far, but I absolutely loved Cleveland last week. It was my only NFL play on Sunday. I was a little bit hungover from Thanksgiving. The only game I had was Cleveland plus 5.5. And of course they lost 26-8 to San Francisco. But if you look at that game, they had an edge in total yards by 1 yard. Total yards was almost identical, 253 to 252. First down, San Francisco had a slight edge. Time of possession, again, almost identical, 30 minutes and 10 seconds to 29 minutes and 50 seconds. It was 2 fumbles by the Browns that cost them that game. So, you look at the final score, it looks like they got their asses kicked. That wasn't really the case. Shedur, 149 yards, a touchdown on 16 of 25. And then Purdy, 168 yards, a touchdown on 16 of 29. Again, almost identical performances from the quarterbacks. This does look like a good spot to bet the Browns, but Teddy made a compelling argument. How can you lay points with this team? Tennessee, 1-11 straight up, 5-7 against the spread, 0-7 on the road. They've lost 7 straight games. They got blown out versus Jacksonville. Their defense, it looks competitive at times, but the numbers tell a different story. 24th in total defense, 346 yards per game, 29th in scoring defense, 27.3 points per game. And Cam Ward has been sacked a league worst 48 times. I want to bet on Myles Garrett over his sacks in this game, but as we talked before the game or before the show, those lines don't come out until just before the game. I lean Cleveland. Again, don't really want to lay the points. Looked at all the props, want to bet unders on yards for quarterbacks and, unders and touchdown. It's all just priced accordingly. Nobody wants to bet on anybody to do anything offensively in this game. The one bet that I think might work out is 31.5 pass attempts for Cam Ward. I just think there's going to be a lot of 3 and outs and not enough sustained drives. Even if he's passing on every down, I think there's not going to be enough sustained drives. And I do think that we will see Cleveland chew up the clock with Judkins and Sampson, the dynamic duo in the backfield there. So under 31.5 passing attempts for Cam Ward is the best I could come up with for this dumpster fire of a game.
That's great. You brought up 2 fumbles last week, a quarterback that's sacked 48 times. Incredible breakdown, incredible game. All right, we are moving to let's do a quick one on the Dolphins and the Jets. I have this game is the empty, cheap wine bottle. This is in honor of Justin Fields. When it was full of wine at the beginning of the season, you're excited. Now it's empty. There's no use for it. There's no use for Justin Fields on this team. What's your quick breakdown on Dolphins Jets?
Well, I must admit, Andy, you'd find a few of those around my house.
Yes.
I mean, quite simply, you can't bet Miami on the road in the winter in New York. They were lucky to beat the Saints last week. I guess everybody saw that. The Saints with a chance to tie it on a 2-point conversion. They end up giving up the 2 points with the interception run back. Then the Saints convert on an onside kick. They've got a chance to win the game outright, come up short. The Jets coming off a 27-24 win over Atlanta. Tyrod Taylor throws for 172 yards, a touchdown on 19 of 33 passing. Not exactly lighting it up, but 8 carries for 44 yards and a touchdown. getting it done with his legs. I do like Tyrod Taylor to get it done with his legs again here. Over 4.5 rushing attempts. He's gone over that number in 3 of his last 4 games. So I'll take the Jets plus the points and Tyrod Taylor over 4.5 rushing attempts.
Jess, you're doing fantastic telling us how to make money off of these games. This is great. We're moving on to the Saints.
Money all spent the same, Andy.
Absolutely. We're moving on to
you
the
can
Saints.
Get a lot of cheap bottles of wine if you win those rushing attempt props.
We're moving on to the Saints and the Bucks. I've got just the disgusting paper towels you've used to wipe up messes. The Saints are a mess. The Bucks are probably going to wipe them up this week. How do we make money on the Saints and the Bucks real quick?
Yeah, I almost take exception to this being considered a dumpster fire game. I mean, it was only a month ago that we were talking about Baker Mayfield as MVP, but some injury concerns for the Bucks. That shoulder for Baker Mayfield is of concern. Bucks are just 1-5 against the spread in their last 6 overall. Mayfield, 152 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 15 of 24 against New Orleans in October. Bucky Irving's back. That's good news for the Bucks. And I like Bucky Irving props in this game. His second game coming off the injury. He had 81 combined rush receiving yards in his first game back. I think he gets plenty of touches in this game. The number for rushing receiving yards, 86.5. He had 81 against Arizona. His average on the season is over 100 combined rush and receiving yards. With the shoulder injury, I don't see Mayfield wanting to push the ball downfield as much. I think he's going to do the short check downs to Bucky Irving, who's a great receiver out of the backfield. So over 86.5. And I actually think the Saints are a live dog here. If there's one game they're going to get up for against a division rival, you saw how competitive they were in Miami last week. And Tyler Shugg, didn't expect much from him, but you got to admit, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's averaged 255 yards per game in his last 3 starts. Tyler Shugg actually looks like he's the good pick at quarterback. He's been better than their previous starters.
All right, and finally, this is my favorite one, Jesse. The Broncos and the Raiders. This is the old leftover piece of meatloaf, like Pete Carroll. It's just old. It's done. You shouldn't get involved with it. It just needs to be thrown out. Real quick, what are we doing with this Broncos Raiders game?
I mean, this game was a complete dumpster fire on Thursday night about a month ago. I got to say, I do like the Raiders getting the points in this game. I mean, how can you bet on a Denver team that has just 2 wins by more than 4 points in their last 10 games overall? I mean, they've won 9 straight games, but the last 4 games have all been decided by 3 points or less. This team has a losing record against the spread. They're the phoniest 10-2 team I've ever seen. Bo Nix is having a sophomore slump. There's no way I'm laying the points with Denver in this game. And Ashton Genty has been a bit of a disappointment. Such high expectations, being drafted so high. I like his receptions prop here, over 4.5 receptions. He's got 5+ receptions in 4 of his last 5 games. The only exception was the game against Denver. That was an outdoor game on the road at Denver. This is a home game indoors. And like I said, I like the Raiders plus the points. Hold your nose and take the dog and take Genty over 4.5 receptions. I don't know about you, Andy, but am I a little bit too fired up about these bad games?
You're kind of getting me interested, but you got agreement in the chat on Genty. Yeah, he's been a catching machine. So, yeah, you got agreement on the receptions. So, Jesse, thank you for stepping in and taking these absolute trash games, showing us how to make money on it. Tell everyone what you have up for the weekend.
Man, I am so excited about the conference championship games. I've got a 5% play on the SEC championship game. I've got a 4% play on the Big Ten championship game. I'm 100% perfect with my 5% plays the last 30 days. And I just absolutely love the angles I'm using for both these games. I think if the customers see my analysis, they're going to agree with me 100%. In order to do that, though, they should sign up for that Weekend Warrior package, $49. That'll cover you all weekend. We'll throw in Monday Night Football. trust me, you want to see what I got for those two big college football games on Saturday.
I'm in. Count me in. Let's do it, Jesse. Let's go. Jesse Schul taking on the task that nobody else wanted to do, breaking down the worst of the worst games. Thank you so much, Jesse. Good luck this weekend. Cash that 5%, brother. Rooting for you. Yeah, we had to draw the line somewhere. Washington, Minnesota was just too garbagey, so that one didn't quite make the cut. But yes, Mariota and McCarthy. Good God! All right, let's bring on Marco. We got to talk some college football. We got to talk his Steelers. His reeling Steelers, Marco. Let's do college football first, and then we'll talk about. Actually, no, let's do Steelers Ravens. I was listening to a podcast, and someone said that last week Aaron Rodgers just looked like a homeless guy. He's just like bleeding. He's got bandages all over him. He just looks like he's all dazed and confused. Ravens aren't exactly coming in with a lot of momentum either. They got injuries of their own here. Fascinating game, huge game. Baltimore's the big favorite here, -5.5, over under 42.5. What are we doing with your Steelers?
Well, first of all, when I saw that you had me doing this game, the Steelers-Ravens, I said, why in the world would they make me do this shit game? Little did I know that this was going to be the premier game of the last two segments. Oh, my God. Could you guys talk about any uglier games in the last, 4 games? I sat here in the backstage watching, trying not to puke about the matchups, but hey, good information on all of them. But God, Dan's twisted. That's all I got to say. But let's look at Steelers and Ravens. And guys, to say the Steelers are reeling is being very kind, Dan. They hit rock bottom last week in Pittsburgh, and I'm talking rock bottom for the last 2 decades. Okay, it doesn't get any worse than what we saw last week in Pittsburgh. And what I'm alluding to is the performance on the field was, a whole nother story. It was bad. But we saw 2 things happen in the stadium that I thought I would never see. First, you heard the chants "Fire Tomlin," and they were loud, and it deserved it. Okay, the Steelers are not playing good football. Tomlin, and I'll be talking about him a little later in the show some more. But what I never thought I would see in Pittsburgh, and if you're a Pittsburgh fan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There are 2 Pittsburgh traditions that are even on the road. Sometimes you see one of them all the time. Sometimes you even hear the other. But it's the terrible towel. That's the trademark of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The other trademark is when they're playing at home. Sometime in the third quarter, when it's a huge defensive series coming up for the Steelers, when they go to the break in the stadium, they blast through the stadium the song Renegade, okay? And while they're playing the music to that song, there's a video playing on the Jumbotron. And it's all like defensive highlight plays. It's a pump-up video, gets the crowd going. Because Steelers in defense, that's what you think. The crowd booed when Renegade came on because that's how bad the Steeler defense was playing last week against the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills ran for 249 yards on this vaunted Steeler defense. The Steeler defense that is the highest paid defense in the NFL. And Mike Tomlin made the mistake at the beginning of the season talking about this defense, saying that this was an historic defense. Well, he was right. Historically bad. Buffalo ran the exact same play out of the formation, a running play, 29 times in that game. And the Steelers never made an adjustment. And more mind-boggling is the fact that Buffalo did it with not 1, but 2 offensive linemen out for that game. So with all of that said, what am I going to do in this game this week? I'm going to take the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why? Because Baltimore's not playing any better. And Pittsburgh absolutely, as I said, rock bottom, embarrassed. And now it's not on only the coach. It's easy to blame who's on the top. But when the defense got booed the way they did, if there's any pride left on this team, And remember, it was Baltimore that knocked them out of the playoffs last year in embarrassing fashion. That was, remember that gigantic fall over the last 6 weeks for the Steelers last year and Russell Wilson? It was ugly. But if you look back at the history of this series, 9 of the last 11 games have been decided by a touchdown or less. I can't trust Baltimore and Lamar Jackson. He's just not right. He's not 100% healthy. 5 turnovers last week the Ravens had. They got the advantage of 3 extra days because they played on Thursday. I'll give them that. But, sometimes when things are going bad, the best thing a team can do is go on the road because you don't have to worry about your home crowd booing you. You expect to be booed on the road. I'm going to go ahead and take Pittsburgh plus the points. I think this game comes down to a field goal either way. And I'll take my kicker with Boswell to get the job done. Give me Pittsburgh plus the points.
It's amazing what's happened to these two teams. I mean, you thought Baltimore was going to be amazing. Pittsburgh looked amazing to start the season. What a stumble down the stretch. Now all of a sudden this Bengals game. It's interesting because that game's going on at the exact same time. That would have been interesting if Bengals was early, and if they win, now it's a 4:00 game, and you got Baltimore and Pittsburgh looking at that Bengals team breathing down their necks. So let's go to college football here. Let's talk this ACC championship game. We got Duke and Virginia. Virginia's going to come in, looks like 4-point favorite. Pretty high total here, over under 57.5 at this point. What's your breakdown on this game?
Well, guys, this is Duke's Super Bowl. Let's plain and simple. Because even if they win, it doesn't matter. They don't go to the college football playoffs. And Virginia has all the pressure in the world on them. They are playing what the other conferences are looking over and laughing at. They're playing a 7-5 team in their conference championship game. How in the world we have a 7-5 Duke in the ACC championship game and not 10-2 Miami? Because what happened? 5 teams finished in a log jam for second place in the ACC at 6-2. And I'm not smart enough to figure out all the tiebreakers, but it came out that Duke won the tiebreakers to enter this game, that if you win, you're not going to the playoffs. God bless us in college football. But this is where we are. Virginia, as I said, has all the pressure on them. And with that said, a lot of times teams end up playing not to lose instead of playing to win. Duke's playing with house money. Now, I know they played just 3 weeks ago, and Virginia beat them 34-17 at Duke. But let's go back and look at when that game was played. Duke was in a bad scheduling spot. 2 weeks prior to that, they had gone to Clemson, and even though Clemson's got a down year, they beat Clemson in a barn burner, 46-45. So they were riding a major high off of that win. The following week, they had to travel to Connecticut. And we were on Connecticut in that game, okay, because it was just a trap spot for Duke. What happened? Connecticut ended up beating them in another barn burner, 37-34. So then they come back home to play a Virginia team that was coming off an upset loss at home to Wake Forest. So you had a focused Virginia team. And, oh, by the way, Duke had just finished playing 4 road games in 5 games. They had a stretch of 4 road games in 5 games. They were a tired team. All those barn burner games, you're going to see a different Duke team in this one. I'm going to go ahead, take Duke plus the points in this one. I think Virginia, we saw it earlier in the year. They had that stretch of 3 or 4 games in a row where they won by, 3-4 points. They just got by. I think that's what you're going to see here. And Duke, you're playing with house money. You can roll the dice. You can do whatever you want. You can gamble on 4th down. I'll take Duke 31-30, another shootout.
All right. Liking Duke, liking the over maybe a little bit on that one. So it should be a fun, high-scoring game here. Marco, you got a 14-day all-access pass for $139. Tell us about that. You don't do very many 5% plays, but boy, when you do, they hit. Nice 40-16 run on 5% play. So tell us what you have up for everyone in WagerTalk.
Yeah, those 5% plays have been gold. We actually only released one last week, but we got credit for 2 wins. Why? Because we also cashed a season win total in college football that Utah over 7.5 wins was easy. So is a 5% we released back in August. So that 40-16 mark, very proud of that. We will have a 5% this weekend. And we put together a package, guys. You know, the regular rate for a week of all access is $99. So if you bought 2 weeks, you're looking at $198. If you sign up this week, I put together a 14-day all access blitz for $139. Guys, you'll get every play I release in every sport. Another winning day yesterday. We just keep grinding it out. 2 out of 3, pick up another 3.3 units of profit yesterday. And what have we done? Last 36 days, 56 and 34 for a net profit of over $6,100. That's 61 units of profit in 36 days. Join me this week, 2 weeks, $139. It's the best deal going, guys.
All right. Every week you do the sauce of the week. What's the wing sauce? We're kind of running out of sauces here. There's a million of them, but we're using them up pretty quick. What's your sauce this week? What's the team?
Well,
comparing it to?
I always try to tie the sauce to something, and this is pick on Mike Tomlin week. Okay. First of all, memo to Mike Tomlin. 2007 called. They said they're gone. It's gone. Quit coaching like it's 2007. The offense is so predictable, okay? And have you seen the Steelers' version of the tush push? Okay, and Dan's the expert on the tush push, being a Philadelphia Eagle fan. But the Steelers' version of the tush push is we line somebody up under center. No, that person under center is not the quarterback. Okay, we've seen some other teams do that. That's okay. But the quarterback's still on the field. The quarterback's standing 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage with his hands on his hips, watching the play to see if they make the first down for him to go. Common math, okay? I've never said that I'm the smartest guy in the room, but I definitely am not the dumbest guy in the room, okay? I know that if you have 11 guys on one side of the line and 10 guys on the other side of the line, I think the 11 guys have an advantage. Just me. I'm just funny that way. Okay, that's enough. Let's talk about, he's gotten the pass because he's never had a losing season. Mike, that never having a losing season means squat when you keep finishing 500 or 9-7, because what that does is either you sneak into the playoffs and get eliminated in the first round, which you have done every time you've made the playoffs since 2016, and when you go to draft, you're going to be drafting somewhere between 17th pick and 24th pick. You're not finding franchise players in those late rounds like that, in the late draft picks. That's one. And, oh, yes, I know, I'm sorry, you won a Super Bowl. That Super Bowl was 2008. By the way, Bill Cowher retired at the end of the 2006 season. So most of that roster was still Bill Cowher's. But you won the Super Bowl. And how did you win that Super Bowl, or that last playoff game that we talked about in 2016? That should have been the cursor for what was about to come. They were last playoff game the Steelers won was 18-16 over the Kansas City Chiefs when Chris Boswell kicked 6 field goals. 6. Okay. As I said, you got to change the offense. And your refusal to put the attention to offense and go like the rest of the NFL to a high octane offense and not rely on the defense is coaching suicide. So in typical Mike Tomlin fashion, if you've ever listened to an interview of his post game, one of his favorite phrases is, the standard is the standard. Now, I really don't quite really understand what that means, but here's the standard that is the standard for me. The standard is not finishing 500, okay? And the decisions you've made You've got rid of assistant coaches. You've rolled them under the bus. It's time for you to go. You've committed what I refer to as coaching suicide. So you, my friend, are getting the suicide hot sauce. Might seem like a good decision at the time, but you're going to pay for it later, and you're going to pay for it at the end of the season. This will be Mike Tomlin's last year, my prediction in Pittsburgh, but the way it'll play out, because the Roonies are class acts, is they will not fire him. They will let Mike Tomlin resign at the end of the season, and that's how it'll play out.
I mean, how Steelers-y was it that they signed Adam Thielen? Like, that'll put some juice in the offense. So,
yeah, a guy that is retiring that wants to latch on to a playoff. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. You made a mistake there.
I love it, Marco. First now. That's so ridiculous. All right. Marco's got his special up, 14 days all access for $139. Go check out his page over at WagerTalk. Only $139 gets you all plays, all percentages. Marco, good luck on those 5% best bets. 40-16 run for Marco on 5% plays. All right, let's do some free plays here. Then we're going to bring in Dan, and we'll go over our mega contest picks. So we're going to be prop heavy. We're going to do a couple of NFL props and an NBA prop. We're going to go to the Steelers-Ravens game. I know Derrick Henry hasn't been great this year, but the Steelers' rush defense is really, really awful. So I'll take Henry over 81.5 rushing. Steelers have given up 150-plus in 3 straight. In the last 2 games against Pittsburgh, Derrick Henry has rushed for 162 and 186 yards. So we'll take Derrick Henry over. Move to the Bears-Packers. DeAndre Swift over 12.5 rush attempts. This Bears team, they got this running game going. Both Swift and Monangai have looked really, really good. He's gone over this in 7 out of the last 9 games. The Packers give up 25 rush attempts per game. Weather looks to be pretty cold. I expect there to be a lot of running, so we'll take Swift to go over his attempts. And then we go to the NBA. Keep your eye on Ryan Nembhard. He's getting the start. He's playing a lot of minutes, and he looks good. I don't think the books have caught up with this one. Give me over 1.5 made threes. I know he's playing the Thunder tonight. It's a tough matchup, but he's gone over in 4 straight. He's played 34 minutes the last 2 games, and he's had 18 three-point attempts the last 4 games. So Ryan Nembhard, increase in minutes, increase in attempts. I don't think the books have really caught up with this one. You're getting a very fair price on Ryan Nembhard over. All right, Dan, let's talk Super Contest. I think we both had losing weeks last week, so we got to get back on the board here.
Not only did I have the losing week, Andy, I had the nightmare week. 1-4, rough. 2-3, okay, not awful. We had the 0-5 bottom fallout week last week. So, and even the ones, sometimes, you kick yourself when you're doing these contests, Andy, and you say, oh, I left this play off or I left that play off. Even the plays that were leans for me last week, I just had no read. I was dead wrong on everything I had. And, I mentioned to you, some things that were going on, traveling and everything like that. The nature of, what we do, and especially when you're entered into these contests, doesn't matter if you have, family stuff. It doesn't matter if you have travel going on. You have 5 picks to make. In your instance, you have clients who rely on you, who we rely on growing our bankrolls for our money as well. And the grind don't stop no matter what's going on. So my suggestion is, when you have some of those weeks, don't blow everything up. Don't, just chalk it up to, I wasn't in the right mind frame to be breaking down games. And sometimes that just happens. So 0-5, absolutely brutal. I can't wait for the comments on Adam and I's video this week. That's going to absolutely destroy us. But if we bounce back, we go 5-0, it's a new quarter. We could be alive for the quarterly prize. So rough week for sure.
All right, well, let's get back to the winning ways. I'll share my picks here. So I'm going to disagree with Marco here. Give me the Ravens. I think the Steelers team is toast. Where do the points come from the Steelers team? I mean, at least the Ravens have a path to scoring points, which is run the ball. I just don't see much offense coming from the Steelers. DK Metcalf is just DOA, man. Like, you can't even start him in fantasy leagues. It's terrible. So Rodgers banged up. I'll take the Ravens here. We made fun of the Browns and Titans. I'm just fading these terrible teams. You're going to see me fading the Titans, the Raiders, and the Vikings quite a bit down the stretch. Titans just looked completely inept. I think the Browns when you have a bad team and they get a chance to beat up on the bad team, they kind of do. It's like kind of one of those stat padding games. So I'll take the Browns here. My favorite this week is the Commanders to win outright at the Vikings. This JJ McCarthy situation is bad. It's bad. Justin Jefferson's another one.
Andy, this was one of the games that we were kind of head to head on. However, you're getting a great line here now because we've been doing the show. Adam Schefter reported Jaden Daniels is going to start in this game. So you're now seeing the Commanders as up to 2-point favorites at spots like Circa and the Superbook, 1.5 elsewhere. But they've flipped to the favorite since Jaden Daniels has been in. Interesting, though, when the news came in, Andy, it was like 2s across the board. And then it went right to 1.5. So sharp bettors are saying, hey, does Jaden Daniels being back really move the needle all that much? But just wanted to note, yours is 1.5. It's a good line. Ours is actually 2.5 in the contest line. They're now favorites in that game.
Yeah, fading the Vikings until further notice. I'm also fading the Raiders until further notice. We need to sometimes we just overthink things. Older defensive coaches, it's just team total under. Pete Carroll cannot keep up. This is not a fair task.
Geno Smith has horribly regressed too. Geno
horrible.
Smith is,
yeah. So I'm fading the Raiders. I don't care who they play. And then I like this Bengals team. This is a team that might be peaking at the right time. They got the Ravens and they got the Steelers in their sights. They can catch them. And this Bills team cannot stop the run. And I don't know who the explosive playmakers are outside of Josh Allen and James Cook. So too many points here. I think it's a really close one-score game. So I'll be happy to take all those points. So Ravens, Browns, Commanders, Broncos, Bengals for me.
As soon as props came out, I started hitting Chase Brown stuff. I think Chase Brown has a big game here against the Buffalo Bills. So we're these aren't locked in yet. Adam and I are recording the show coming up here in about an hour. This Minnesota game probably is going to get pushed off of the card. I still like Minnesota money line, but 2.5, laying 2.5 in a contest when the line has flipped and is almost 4 points the other way. It's just easier to cross that one off. He's really high on the Jaguars that he wants to tag in there. I think Indianapolis might be blowing them out, to be honest with you. I think this could be the Indy get right spot that we've been waiting for. So that's one that we'll kind of go toes to toes with. Other than that, Andy, this is looking at what happened last week, and it was a lot of dogs. It was a lot of outright dogs. You're not saying that pendulum is going to completely swing back, but the betting public is probably going to get scared off of laying some numbers here. Atlanta's a team that we were cashing in on early. The latest form of Atlanta is a bad football team that's limping to the finish. Drake London probably isn't going to play again. Kirk Cousins, he looks like he's ready to retire. Seattle, that defense is great. Seattle is one of the teams who, as an Eagles fan, I'm actually afraid of here in the NFC, regardless if Sam Darnold turns into a pumpkin or not. So we're laying the 7. And keep the hate coming, Chicago Bears fans. I'm fading them week after week. This team is not good. Yes, you beat up on the Eagles. I was dead wrong on that game. All the advanced metrics say that this team is a fraud. I believe that they're a fraud. I'm going to keep betting against them. Green Bay playing really well right now. Chicago's the defense likely going to keep that offense struggling. So, Andy, for me, my favorite play of the week is laying the 6.5. And when Chicago's in the playoffs, one of my biggest bets of the season is going to be betting against them. They're not a good football team, Bears fans. Keep shredding me. I even wore the Bears colors for you. They're not that guy, pal. Ugly game, 8.5 for New Orleans. If you want to hear why we like that, watch the show. And then I saw somebody say that Houston is the easy play against this Kansas City offensive line. I'm just going back to the well of Andy Reid with the teams around or below 500. It's a trend year over year that continues to cash since he was with the Eagles way back in 1999. Team that needs it like blood. CJ Stroud, is he as impressive on the road having him back? This Houston team, the defense, yes, they're incredible. But you're playing a team that's fighting for their livelihood in Kansas City. I'm going to continue to keep riding Kansas City because year over year, it's been good to play on them when their backs are up against the wall.
All right. let's have a bounce back week, man. Let's have a bounce.
It's a bounce back week, Andy. I gotta find that fifth play though. I gotta find that fifth play because I don't think you can lay 2.5 with Minnesota. If you want to bet them, you bet them on the money line. But why you would want to bet on JJ McCarthy? I will say the handicap that put me on Minnesota doesn't really change much with Jaden Daniels because it's not like Mariota's been playing bad. You know what I mean? Like you like that play when it was Mariota who was going to be in. It's more just for me that big letdown of you go to overtime, you push the Broncos to overtime, and that was on prime time. And now what do you really have to play for? Your season's done. Your quarterback's coming back. You know, it's just I find it a hard get-up spot, whereas Minnesota, while they've been really bad, not all hope is lost for them, is moving forward here. So.
All right. Well, I promised everyone I would break down this cricket situation.
Oh, I'm getting off the screen for this, Andy. I'll leave the cricket to you. I'll leave the cricket to you.
All right. Okay. Well, this marks the end of the show. We have a 5% NFL best bet that is up, and that is going to include all of our props. Props is how we build bankrolls, guys. We're coming off a nice winner last night. That's now 24-12 primetime record for the 2025 season. An insane run. We get there by the hook. When things are running great, things just happen to bounce your way. So join us on the 5% best bet in NFL. We also have a 5% in UFC. So grab a 3-day pass. You're going to get all props in NBA, NHL, NFL. We've got Formula One race. We've got UFC. We've got a lot of plays in UFC. So it's a big, big weekend. We got a lot of units to profit on. So join us over at wt.buzz/AL. And thank you so much for joining us. Hit the like button, please, and make sure you subscribe to the Wager Talk channel. That way you get notified when all of these breakdown videos are released, as well as all of our live shows. So thank you very much, guys. Have a great day, and we'll be back on Monday. All right, now let's talk cricket. All right, here's how the game.
What is there crickets? I'm sorry. I thought you said crickets. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button there, Andy. That's
bad. All right. Okay, so the match started 2 nights ago, and what happens is the team that bats first, they get 10 outs, and they can go as long as they want. Well, they went a long time. They actually went into day 2. So what happened yesterday was England had started the day, and they only had 1 out to go. So Australia needed to get a quick out. If England could have grinded out a bunch more runs, Australia would have been in trouble. Australia got the out real quick. So now it's Australia's turn to bat. And the pitch that they're playing on is really, really gettable. So Australia went the entire day and only used 6 outs. And now they're 44 runs ahead of England. So what's going to happen later today when they start is Australia's going to start the day and they have 4 outs to play with. So they're going to put up a pretty big number. Once they're done, England goes again, they get 10 more outs, and then Australia goes and they get 10 more outs. So all of us that have been on Australia, what we're hoping for is Australia just keeps those outs and runs a bunch of runs and gets out to hopefully a 100-run lead. They get to a 100-run lead. We are looking really, really good. So play started off at -190. Now it's -400. So that's where we're sitting. So sitting really good. I mean, you start off at -190. Now you're at -400. It's about as good as you can get. So, but fingers crossed, if they have a big, big day today, we are in the driver's seat. So that is how cricket works. And Dan, I will explain later how they literally take a lunch, a dinner, and an afternoon tea break. Like not the audience, the players. This is a tradition from 100 years ago, and they just never got rid of it.
You gotta stick with tradition. You gotta stick with tradition.
Tea. Jan, who does all of our cricket plays, he's like, have you ever heard anything more English
that's how you're riding. That's how you know you're riding with Andy Lang and his team when the sport that you're betting has a tea break involved. You know, that's when you know you're betting darts and lacrosse and cricket and wheelbarrow racing. But if we got an edge, Andy, we're gonna find it. So let's go.
Absolutely.
Australia.
Let's go, Australia. Bring it home in the ashes. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Well done.
Good luck on all your bets. We'll see everyone Monday. Take care.
NFL Week 14 is upon us here on Bet On It. We're going to get into those barking dogs, those TV games. That's right, Thursday night, Sunday night, and Monday night football. The deli, Marco's got some questions to answer about the deli from the comment section. So we'll get to that here in a minute. And of course, we're going to get the Steam report from VR, as well as those best bets up next on Bet On It.
Yeah, Detroit lost at home, but
I took under 11.5 wins. I took no playoffs. So I guess I have to keep betting against Kansas City, and it makes sense. The Chiefs have failed to cover now in 4 straight games, 3 outright losses as a favorite. And on the flip side, Houston is doing the exact opposite. They've won 4 straight. CJ Stroud has returned. And even on that 3-week break, his good old buddy Davis Mills got it done for him. I think this Texas team is in good health. I think that they're establishing a nice connection with Nico Collins and getting this offense really going. Speaking of offense, Kansas City, major issues on the offensive line. Josh Simmons, Jawan Taylor, Trey Smith all got hurt last week versus Dallas. And as of Wednesday afternoon, are all 3 doubtful to return this week. So when you have those cluster injuries that start to compile late in the season, it is not a good thing to be laying points with a team that is beat up. Yes, obviously they still have Patrick Mahomes. Yes, he still has his security blanket named Travis Kelce. But right now, I think Houston has not only the better roster, but the healthier roster. And VR has been talking about power ratings a lot. I know you guys love it in the comment section. I know power ratings wise, the Chiefs are still a top 5 team, but with those offensive line injuries and against one of the best defensive lines in the league, I have no choice but to take the 3.5 here with the Texans. VR, talk to me about the Chiefs from a power rating perspective. Have you been downgrading them over this last 4 weeks?
Yeah, I have. And they're still in the top 5, believe it or not. It's just power rating wise because, and here's why. They have a top 5 defense. They still have a top 10 offense. They have a top 15 strength of schedule. And they're the Kansas City Chiefs. They still have a strong home field advantage. They are who they are. And again, this is just the numbers. That's why you see the lines. Like, the odds makers, they're just looking at their numbers. There's no bias. Obviously some of us are fans of teams or whatever, but at the end of the day, it's just the numbers. And Kansas City may be a 6-6 football team, but power rating wise, yep, they're still top 5. They would still be favored over teams like San Francisco, who's 9-4, Philadelphia, 8-4, Denver, 10-2, New England, 11-2. Those are, football teams that would just be underdogs to them. And the reason, like New England, perfect example, they're barely top 15 offense. They're barely top 10 defense, and they had the easiest strength of schedule in all the NFL. That's why they don't get that respect, even though they're an 11-2 football team. So it's just the data. It's just the numbers. And KC number-wise on paper doesn't mean on the field they're going to go out there and get it done. But on paper, that's the bottom line, that they're a top 5 power-rated team.
All right, let's get into Monday Night Football. VR, you grew up in Philadelphia. They are a 3-point favorite at the LA Chargers, 41. Please help fellow Philadelphian Dan Alexander out with this one because I'm sure right now he is in Eagles hell after that Bears upset on Black Friday.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If they played again, I think this is what a lot of recreational bettors make the mistake of not realizing, that if they played that game the very next day, the Eagles would still be a big favorite over the Bears. Maybe not a 7-point juice favorite, but probably still around a 6-point favorite. That's the bottom line. There's a lot of randomness to the outcome of a 60-minute football game. You got to remember that. You can't put way too much stock in it. Here's what we're seeing in this game. First of all, sharp money coming in on the Eagles. The look ahead was 1.5, got the 2.5. Now it's up to that key number of 3 on the Chargers. The over-under was 44 was the look ahead, down to 41. So steam on the Eagles, steam on the under. Now, obviously not surprising for the under steam because you're looking at 2 top 10 defenses. Eagles that come in at number 5 in efficiency. Chargers come in at number 10 in efficiency. What's more impressive for the Eagles side is that's also against the top 10 strength of schedule, where the Chargers had a really easy strength of schedule. The only team with an easier strength of schedule is the New England Patriots. So that's why this Chargers team is a home dog to the Eagles, even though they have this exact same record sitting at 8-4. It's warranted. But where this line sits right now, I got to look to the dog, to the Chargers. And here's why. When I look at my power ratings, I'm able to create a betting line. And here's the betting line that I come up with. Philadelphia should be a 3.5-point favorite over the LA Chargers on a neutral field. This isn't a neutral field. It's being played in LA. The Chargers' home field advantage is almost 2 points, 1.9 something. So I take that 2 points off the 3.5, and that makes the Eagles a 1.5-point favorite. That's what it opened at. Since then, it's been Eagle money that's forced the adjustment. I don't think that's warranted, especially with a team where the wheels seem to be falling off. You lose to rival Dallas, first of all, where you had a huge lead. Then Thanksgiving at home, touchdown favorites. You lose to Chicago. I know you're supposed to go on the road and beat a Charger team that you're better than, especially since who's going to respect the Chargers? Who do they beat? The Raiders, Pittsburgh, Tennessee. You can only play who's in front of you. That's the bottom line. And at 3 points, I got to take the Chargers at home, especially, like I said, I like the splits with them. They've won over 70% of their home games. Take the 3 points with the Chargers. I haven't gotten to the window with this yet. I don't know if I'll get to the window with this yet. Again, the primetime games, I've done really well, 18-8 over the last 26 Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football bets. So I don't want to commit to the Chargers, but if this game was going on like now, it would be Chargers or pass for me.
I just wish every once in a while I could give you guys a little sneak peek of what I see behind the camera scene, and Dan is just sitting there in absolute utter hell wanting to chime in. I'm not going to do that to him, though. I do that on other shows where I just bring people in, and then I'm not going to do that to him. You guys can catch him over on Wager Talk today if you want to hear about his opinions on that one. Speaking of Wager Talk today, VR, you're there.
Yeah.
4 or 5 days a week. Generally, you give out a ton of Steam stuff. You also give out your Steam for me on College Football Saturdays on Last Call, NFL Sundays with Ariel Epstein. You do a Steam sheet now, and then you also do a Steam room Sundays for premium subscribers. Kind of give us a little preview for NFL Week 14 into what that looks like for this week.
Yeah, and that Steam sheet has been the saving grace for me as far as being able to help my subscribers actually turn a profit when I'm able to do so. And I've been able to really cut down the volume, which is why I've been able to be at number one last 7 days, last 30 days. Because before, with so much volume, it's really hard. You're not going to hit 65% when you're betting 50 games. But now I'm able to share that information on the Steam sheet every single day. I put out all the stuff that comes across from the sharp groups I move for, or guys that move for other groups that share their information. So I share that immediately with anyone that's got the Steam sheet. So they're able to then look at the play and decide for themselves. Do they agree? Do they disagree? Do they want to piggyback it? Exactly what I do with the information that comes across my desk. So I'm putting them in my position for those guys that handicap their own stuff, have their own opinion. Speaking of the Steam room, that's every Sunday. We'll change it up once NFL's over, because college basketball Saturday will be big for us. But final hour, we go over as many NFL games as possible. Always cover at least all the early games, side total player props, plus EV teasers, answer all your questions, and more importantly, discuss risk management, which is most important. Now, some of the Steam for this week in the NFL, I'm just going to read what was in the Steam sheet from Monday. Atlanta +8 and +7.5. Tampa, 136. Tampa -8, -8.5. 131, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, under 48. 146, that's the Monday night game. Philly and the LA Chargers, under 42 and 41.5. Not all that much movement so far. Also, the Green Bay line, look ahead with 6.5. Dumped down the 5.5. Obviously, Chicago looked really good beating the Eagles, but that's when immediately steam came in on the Green Bay Packers, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and also under 45 in that game. So that's some of the games that got hit early in the week. But again, between now and Sunday, a lot of information. I'll be on Last Call as well on Sunday morning.
Absolutely. Last Call with Ariel Epstein, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. You guys will go over the entire NFL card with VR, as well as John Murray. And I got to double check who else is on Sunday this week. I think it's Jesse Shule. But next week, I've already got Marco D'Angelo penciled in. I already said, Marco, I need an early commitment from you because it is National Signing Day in college football, and he's going to be there. following week with Errol Epstein. Let's get into those barking dogs, guys. We got some big ones this week for what it's worth. And Marco, before we get into it, can you let me know what's going on over at WagerTalk.com as a whole?
Yeah, Kelly, a lot of stuff going on right now. We've got an early bird bowl special. We've got the Weekend Warrior that has been one of our most popular packages, $49. Get Saturday, Sunday, college and NFL football. And if your capper you choose has a Monday night football game, you get that as well. Me personally, Kelly, I got a special going this week. You got to check it out. We have been on a tear with our plays. It's been a great run. Our 5% plays, which, by the way, we are going to have another 5% play this weekend. Those plays going back to February of 2024, we are 40-16 with those 5% plays. Our college football plays for the season, when I've released a 4 or a 5% play, 21-6 for the season. You can join me for this package. You can get it for just $139, 14 days. That's not just football. That's all plays. College basketball, NBA, hockey. You can get it all for 14 days for $139. If you bought 2 weeks individually, you would spend $198. We are currently plus $5,500 in the last 34 days with a 53-33 overall record. That's what's going on at Wager Talk this week, Kelly.
Love it, Marco. Let's get into your barking dog, and I'm going to make you go first because you got the smallest one. Talk to me about.
Hey.
Hey, talk to me about why you like Atlanta catching a touchdown here.
Well, Kelly, if I'm the smallest with a 7-point dog, I'll take the 7 there. Okay. This play is much a play about going against Seattle than it is taking Atlanta. Let's be honest. Taking Seattle looks way too easy. Okay. They're 9-3. They're coming off a 26-0 blowout win. But if you look at the stats, they really did nothing offensively in that game. They only had 219 yards of offense. How they won that game last week, that defense is one of the elite defenses in the NFL this season. They had Minnesota turn the football over 5 times in one of the most ugliest performances I've ever seen out of an NFL team offensively. It was horrible. Sam Darnold, you thought he might have had a really big game last week. He was going against Minnesota, the team that he took to the playoffs last year, had the team have their best season in several seasons, but because he lost the last regular season game and he lost the first playoff game, Minnesota moved on from him. So that was a big revenge game for him last week. You know, what'd he do? 94 net passing yards on a 14 of 26 passing day. I look for Seattle to be flat this week. This is their 3rd road game in 4 weeks. 2 trips from the Northwest to East Coast coming in 3 weeks. That's a lot of travel for a team. And coming off that satisfying win in a couple of those games before this stretch, they had some big division games. So I think you look at the schedule, this is a place to really easily look against your opponent. And why not? Atlanta just lost to the Jets last week. The Jets. Kirk Cousins, he didn't do enough to win the game last week, but he did look a lot better than he did in this first start. More as he gets more reps and more games under his belt, he's going to continue to get better. Couple that with this being the major flat spot on the schedule, makes Atlanta, in my opinion, a very live dog here. Seattle, the other concern, if you've been watching the games the last few weeks, even though they're finding ways to win games, they're turning the football over more than they have all year. They had 3 turnovers against Arizona, 4 turnovers against the Rams, and 2 last week against Minnesota. The only clean game they've had in the last 4 was against the hapless Tennessee Titans. And they still only won that game by 6 points. Atlanta takes it to the wire. Kelly, give me the 7 points and put a little sprinkle on there as well.
Marco, Seattle. I wanted to use them last week, and Brett made me use the Dolphins. said, oh, we can use Seattle later. All right, using Seattle this week. That is for sure. Another team that I'm a little nervous about using this week, VR, you like the other side, the Arizona Cardinals catching 8.5.
Yeah, this isn't by accident unshaved. This is me working hard for the subscribers, just crushing it for them. That's why up this early in the morning. And I just, it's almost like a service announcement. I want to help them make money. I told them going into the Thanksgiving break that I was going to crush it. It's that time of the year where there's just so much extra value. The market conditions changed, and what happened? Finished number one over those days. Well, over this next 6 weeks is another big money-making opportunity with all the college football and NFL closing out the season. So this is a good time to jump on board. Now, NFL coming into this show, 23-15-1, right around that 60% mark. Not bad for a show. Overall, college football and NFL, 55-25-1. It's about 69%. So we've been making money for you on Bet On It, and we're going to continue doing that. Start off this week on the live dog, Arizona Cardinals. Don't look now, but Jacoby Brissett has been playing some really good football. In fact, he's had a 92 or higher QBR in 5 of his last 6 starts, with 3 of those over 100 QBR. So even though they haven't, won all those games, he's played well. I like that. Number 2, I like the fact that the Rams are coming off a really heartbreaking loss against Carolina in a game they were double-digit favorites. And guess who's on board next? The Detroit Lions that you get at home. So now Rams now have their second back-to-back road games. Granted, this is a divisional opponent, but there's bigger fish in the Detroit Lions on deck next. Not too much to get excited about on a 3-9 Arizona team. And here's what we're looking at with the Rams. They're the number 1 power-rated team in all the NFL. They're number 6 in offensive efficiency, top 3 defensive efficiency, and they have a top 15 strength of schedule. So very respectable. Flip side, Arizona, barely top 20 offense, barely top 20 defense, but they've had a top 10 strength of schedule. All right. So they had a very difficult strength of schedule. Power rating wise, LA should be an 8-point favorite on a neutral field. All right. Now, home field advantage for Arizona is about 1.75 this year, and coupled with the last 2 or 3 years. So do the math there, makes the Rams about a 6.25 favorites based on my power ratings. Now, dig a little deeper, and what you'll find is Arizona, when they lose at home, they don't lose by margin. That's the one place with Arizona that they're going to give you effort. Even those games that they've lost, they have not lost by more than a score. Jacksonville only beat them by a field goal, except for San Francisco. Green Bay only beat them by 4, Tennessee by 1, Seattle by 3. So they play hard at home. They give you that effort. That's what you want from a live dog. Again, we're getting 8, 9 points, 8.5, 9s are out there when it should be 6.5. I would have took it at 7 when it should be 6.25. Forgive me, because 7 is such a key number. It would have been a small bet, but once you get over that 8, it makes it a bigger bet. I released a premium to my subscribers, 4% play, which means 1% of bankroll. I would personally bet about maybe 5 to 7, 10% of that the most at plus 330 on the money line as well, because I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams overlook them and end up slipping.
Ooh, back-to-back losses for the Rams is going to be interesting. And hopefully this dog doesn't win outright and it's just back-to-back close losses, because I do think I'd have to take Tampa Bay in Survivor this week. I was just looking on my Splash account and I'm like, I don't think I have another choice unless I want to take the Cleveland Browns. So I think I am going to go with Tampa Bay, but I do like New Orleans plus the 8.5 here. And I do think it's going to be a lot closer game. I know Tampa's won 6 of the last 7 meetings, including just a few short weeks ago in October, where I probably should have used the Bucs because they won 23-3. And it was interesting then because they were running a 2 quarterback set. So now the Bucs can be prepared for either quarterback. Here's my problem though. The Bucs have failed to cover the spread in the last 4 games. And New Orleans is the only team the Bucs have covered against the spread since mid-October. I think this line is just a little bit high. And that's probably because they're begging for Tampa Bay teaser money. But this is the most points the Bucks have been asked to lay all season. The way they've been playing recently and struggling like they did last week against Arizona, I think it is going to be Saints or pass for me. I know last week the Saints should never have really been in that game, right? Dolphins went down opening possession, scored, had a comfortable lead, and then they decided to proceed to give me a heart attack for the last 2 minutes of the game. That's exactly what's going to happen this week too. So take the 8.5 points here with the Saints and hope the Bucks actually going to win the game outright for me and my survivor. Marco, I said that you have to answer to the comment section for the deli this week. And that's because even though you are 38-26 on the season, people are pissed.
Wow.
I gave some bad turkey sandwiches, and we went 1-4 last week. I've told you every week how good we've done with the deli, and I'll tell you when we, win. I'm going to tell you when we lose. We had a bad week, but as you said, Kelly, 8 winning weeks, 4 losing weeks, 1 break-even week. We're still 38-26 for the season with those deli games. And shout out, we've added a new sandwich to the deli menu. I just want to let my good friends from Chicago know we've put a Chicago dog on the menu. So you go check out, the deli, see if we can, have a sandwich come in and, mention the Bears. We'll give you a discount.
What do you like on your Chicago dog? Let's get into the comment section here. Tell me what your ideal Chicago dog looks like.
All right, Kelly. Now you're gonna let me piss off the entire city of Chicago again because I don't like the relish that goes on the Chicago dog. And okay, I know this is sacrilegious to true hot dog connoisseurs. One, it's got to be a Vienna hot dog. It's got to be the top of the line. That's what they make the Chicago dogs out of, the authentic places. But I'm going to kill it. I'm going to put ketchup on my hot dog. I'm sorry.
Put ketchup on your hot dog. You put mustard on there too, but you absolutely put ketchup on there, Chicago.
Oh, no, I get ridiculed. Pete, you don't. Chicago. You just set the comment section on fire. You're going to see how many people.
Mustard, onion, relish. Give me all the. I would even just put all of it. I want it all. That's what a Chicago dog is to me.
Okay. Well, I don't like the relish. I will substitute relish and I'll put sauerkraut on. I do like sauerkraut. I'll do that. Some sauerkraut.
Make the Polish and German viewers happy. Everybody else is gonna say you're disgusting.
I know. Shout out to the Chicago fans, though. Really, I want you guys. I enjoyed spending the entire Thanksgiving weekend reading all of the fascists that you guys had.
This is what I told VR and Marco to do. I said, you guys, there is a button on X that says mute conversation, and then you just let these people yell into the void of themselves.
We touched a nerve last week. Kelly, you've had some, fan bases come at you. I have never, doing this for 46 years, had people come at us the way they did nonstop from the minute that game ended on Friday of Chicago and Philly to Saturday to Sunday. Nobody's talking about it. How about Carolina? You guys remember, Carolina, that was a winner. No. All they talked about VR with Texas. He talked to you guys all about Texas all week on the shows. Nothing. No thank yous. Just we suck because we thought Chicago was overrated. What are you going to do? It's a fun business, Kelly. You know it all too well. So,
listen, I'm here for it. The love, the hate, the vitriol. Put it in the comment section because
I just don't understand it.
It makes me more money on YouTube.
I don't get it. Like, these are grown men. Like, it just confuses the shit out of me. It really does. Like, it's a regular season game, bro. You took time out of your day to actually write that to me. Like, how what is happening in your world that you actually needed to do that? About the Chicago Bears winning a football game.
Happening in their world. This is the only bright spot. It is the Chicago Bears are.
That's why they still dress their stupid kids up like Jim McMahon for Halloween with that dumb sweatband, like it's cool.
Hey, did it suddenly get hot in here?
No,
excuse me, guys. I don't know. all of the talk
Marco,
and, you know,
it got down
the,
to 70 degrees this week in Florida. I'm freezing.
oh,
No,
it's
Cheer it in.
It's hot.
Go
It's
Bears!
hot. Go Bears! Go Bears!
Go Bears!
The best team in football. I love you, Chicago. I'm sorry. Thank you so
All right,
much.
the show is going completely off the rails. All the commenters that have said what a great job I've done keeping us within parameters on a tight schedule has just been completely wiped away. Marco wants to do his deli segment in a Chicago Bears shirt. You have the
Here
floor,
we go.
Marco.
All right, guys. And this is going to be an ugly one, okay? But that's what we do. We find ugly games that you've got to trust the process. It worked with us last week. You know, Washington, we told you about 2 teams going into the bye, coming out of the bye together. One was on a roll, one wasn't. We went with the team that wasn't. It's a momentum stopper. Now we're going to go against that Washington team. What did I tell you last week when we took Washington? We said the only time a team that has a record like Washington and was expected to go to the playoffs this year because of what they did last year, and they're out of it, the only time they're going to show up and play hard is going to be a division game when they can play spoiler or a standalone primetime game. What was last week? A standalone primetime game on Sunday night against the Denver Broncos. They brought everything they had and they lost in overtime. They decided to go for 2 in overtime for the win instead of kicking the field goal and continuing play. They lost. That was, you know, semi-playoff game for them. Now they got to go on the road and play a Washington team or play Minnesota that absolutely looked like dog crap last week. There's no other way to describe it. But they're going to get J.J. McCarthy back this week. I know I'm not a fan of McCarthy, but what I saw quarterbacking last week for the Minnesota Vikings, J.J. McCarthy is a huge upgrade coming back, even though he's having a bad year. I can't take Washington in this game. We'll go with Minnesota. They've got the superior defense. I'll go ahead and lay the couple points with them. Washington is a poster child for lose the same game twice after the gut-wrenching loss to Denver. I'm calling it Minnesota 24-14. And Bears fans, I'm rooting against one of your division teams. So yay for me. I'm helping you out.
Yay for me. I can't, Marco D'Angelo. Today, that was, by the way, not planned. I don't know if VR knew he was going to do that. I sure as hell did not know that he was going to do that. Just having a great time here. Week 14 NFL. We're going to get into those best bets. Marco said he's betting against a team in the NFC North. And now VR is going to bet on a team in the NFC North against that same Bears team. Oh boy, here we go. Best bets time.
Please understand, I have zero bias at all. And both Kelly and Marco have known me now for 15 plus years. That's the one thing when it comes to sports betting. I'm very unbiased. But this week, I do have a slight bias in me. So this is going to be a little extra sweet because I kind of do have a little sour taste in my mouth. More on the replies than anything else. Here's the bottom line. All I can do is tell you what the numbers say. That's it. There's a difference between opinion and fact. And fact is, on this show, I am 52, 22, and 1. We've done bet on it now 14 weeks. Combined college football and NFL, 55, 22, and 1. That's about 70%. So I will be wrong on occasion. All right. Now, last week, we got the Eagles Chicago game wrong. We all gave an opinion on that game. That was wrong. That was the opinion. Here we have a best bet. Here's the difference. So make sure we cut this and put this out on social media because this warrants best bet category. In fact, subscribers, don't be surprised. Like with New England, like with the Redskins, like with how many plays now, I add an extra 1% so you know just how strong it is. And here's what we're looking at. Chicago against Green Bay. We have a great spot to take Green Bay at a huge discount against an overrated Chicago Bears team. And the overrated moniker may be opinion, but let's talk some facts real quickly. Chicago has had the 29th toughest strength of schedule. So only many teams in all the NFL had an easier go of it so far this year. They've produced a 9-3 record, respectable. Stat-wise, though, here's what they have. They're not in the top 15 in offensive efficiency. They're not in the top 20, not in the top 20 in defensive efficiency. This team has benefited from an easy strength of schedule. In fact, 6 of their last 8 wins have come by 1 score. Just look at those games. They beat Washington by 1. They beat the Raiders by 1. They beat Cincinnati by 5. They beat the Giants by 4. They beat Minnesota by 2. They beat Pittsburgh by 3. There's so much randomness to the outcome of those games. This could very easily be a 3-9 football team based on the data. That's all I'm sharing with you, the data. Opposite side of the football, Green Bay Packers. Okay? Also, easy strength of schedule. 1 slot harder than Chicago, but also had an easy strength of schedule. But with that easy strength of schedule, they've produced the 4th most efficient defense, the 10th most efficient offense. That's what Green Bay's done. Power rating wise, on a neutral field, Green Bay should be a 5.75 point favorite, a little less than a 6-point favorite. But they have a home field advantage that's worth about 2.25. So we add that to the 5.75, and Green Bay should be about an 8-point favorite in this game. We're getting them discounted below that key number of 7 because the whole world just wants Chicago beat Philadelphia as touchdown dogs on national television a week ago. That's the only reason. Because on the other side of the football, Green Bay was beating a top 5 team on the road in the Detroit Lions. Take the Green Bay Packers, lay the 6, 6.5, 7. Don't bother teasing Chicago because they lose this game by 2 touchdowns plus.
Oh boy. That was a mic drop against Marco and his Chicago Bears t-shirt. Who gets to go next? Marco, let me know what's going on over at WagerTalk.com from your side of things, and also why you like the Colts to have a bounce back week.
Okay, I'll just be real quick. We've talked about it a couple times now. 14 days, all access for $139. You'll get every sport I release. I am not high volume. You'll get an average of 1 to 3 plays per day, and obviously more on the weekends. It averages out. But guess what? The last 34 days, we're up 55 units. That's $5,500, playing $100 a unit. Sometimes, the low volume, that's what I do, but I look for the quality, not the quantity, and check it out. Now, for this week, I'm going for my best bet. We're going to look at the Indianapolis Colts at the Jacksonville Jaguars. And this is one of those situations where it's public perception. And right now, people are in love with Jacksonville, and they're looking at Indianapolis like, I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife. They're not playing well. Jacksonville has owned this series. There's no question about that. When they play in Jacksonville has won 10 straight. But this is by far the best Indianapolis team that we have seen in recent years. They're overreacting to Indianapolis's 1-3 record over the last 4 games. The loss, go over those losses in there. They lost to Pittsburgh. On the road in Pittsburgh, they were -5 in turnovers in that game. When you're -5 in an NFL game, you're going to lose. There's no question about that. But you should lose by a big margin. They only lost that game by 7 points, a 1-score game, even -5 in turnovers. That tells you how superior they really were in that game. The other 2 losses were to Kansas City and Houston. Those 2 teams have something in common. They're both good teams with elite defenses. Jacksonville is a decent, good team, not a great team. They're a good team, but they don't have an elite defense. I think Indianapolis is going to move the football this week against Jacksonville. Jacksonville's given up 24 or more in 4 of their last 6 games. In Indy, in their losses this year, the 4 losses, all have been by 7 points or less. I think they're the better team. I'm going with Indy. I think the line is a gift. I have it more so that they should be a 3-point favorite. Look for Daniel Jones to have a big game this week, and we'll go buy low on the Indianapolis Colts as my best bet.
I am not buying low for my best bet, and you guys shouldn't expect me to because I have not been doing well in these, but I did cash a best bet last weekend. Barking dogs have been good. Best bets, not so much, but we did turn a corner, and that's because we just took the low-hanging fruit with the Los Angeles Chargers and bet against the Raiders. So what are we going to do this week? Yeah, we're going to just bet against the Raiders because what happened last time? Denver played the Raiders there in Denver. Oh, what an ugly game that was. Denver somehow squeaked out a win 10-7. Gross. VR will tell you exactly how the power ratings perspective needs to go in this one. And I think the spread is right on the mark. But the reality is the Broncos are a significantly better team here in December than the Raiders are. This game was played a month ago, and these two teams have been headed in different directions. Hand up. I have been just as critical of the Denver Broncos as I have the Chicago Bears, yet the Broncos fans have not been near as mean to me in the comment section. I understand that Bo Nix is a better quarterback than I said he was going to be when he was drafted, and I understand this Broncos offense is starting to play much better now. If you remember the last time these two played, Geno Smith sacked 6 times, and since then, the offensive line has only gotten worse. Not only riddled with injury, but now they're going to be missing Dante Thornton Jr. because he got a concussion last week with the Chargers. Please remember that Chargers game was 17, but that's because Justin Herbert was out during part of it because he suffered a hand injury. I think that game could have gotten much worse out of hand. So, as I said, I've been quick to point out all of Bo Nix's flaws, but I think the Broncos are going to need 17 points to cover the spread against the Raiders. I mean, they could be 17-3 and none of us would be surprised. And I know this Broncos team, what all they do is win games at home. But tell me, Allegiant Stadium is not going to be a home game for the Broncos on Sunday. That place is going to be absolutely filled with blue and orange. Raiders fans have all but quit on this team. Next up, we'll see if Pete Carroll cannot quit mid-season as well. He's looking pretty tapped out there on the sidelines. Shout out to all of you guys for hanging out with us every single week here on Bet On It. And we appreciate you letting us poke a little bit of fun back on everyone. From myself, VR, and Marco, to next week, let's bet on it. And of course, if you missed the college football edition of Bet On It, it's right here. And if you prefer to watch the mega show, click right above.
What's up, everybody? It's Hakeem Prophet or Ski Prophet, whichever you prefer to call me. And yes, that is my real name. I am with WagerTalk. I've been betting for almost 10 years now. And I guess we're going to talk about behind the bettor today. So you guys can learn a little bit about myself. I'll go through these cards. I didn't cheat. Just so you guys know, I'm seeing everyone for the first time.
That was really interesting.
College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Absolutely NFL Sundays. I'm starting to get more into college, but NFL 1000%. What's the best sporting event you've ever attended? That's a really good question right there. Best sporting event I've ever attended. I'll say I really enjoyed a trip with my friends. We went to Florida. I went to Hollandale Beach, Florida. We went to a Marlins game. There was a preseason football game for the Dolphins. And then we also went to Gulfstream Park and bet horses, and we almost won the pick six. So a lot of friends that I started with in the industry were there at that event or events. And it was one of my favorite times.
There is a reason why this guy's turned into.
What's your most memorable sports bet? It's a lot of those, thousands of those. Russell Wilson, he threw the end zone pick. So I had Seattle against the Patriots. It was my first time betting $1,000. I thought they were going to win. I thought Marshawn was just going to run it in. And man, that's when you learn you have money and you think you already have it. It's already cashed. Not so fast. So that's one of my most memorable sports bets. What's the best gambling movie ever? I don't know that I've seen too many. I'm not a movie person. I spend most of my time playing sports, watching sports. So, gambling movie, I don't even know if I can name one, honestly. I get shamed for my movies or my taste or lack of knowledge in movies. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? Horse racing, 1,000%. If I could do something one day, every single day, that's very high up there on the list. Horse racing is something that I really enjoy doing. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? Mount Rushmore? I just have people that I really respect in the industry, a lot of friends I respect. This is a tough question. Questions are getting tougher. Maybe I should have cheated. Mount Rushmore people in sports betting?
Also, take a look at the theme.
If I tried to answer this, all you guys would do is laugh at me.
Out in Philly. All that and more coming up on Giants postgame live.
All right, these are my personal Mount Rushmore. So I guess it's just people that played a part in what I'm doing today. Peter Loshak, he showed me a lot about everything in sports betting, bankroll management, especially Gianni The Greek. He gave me my first, between him and Loshak, gave me my first chance to speak on a show talking about sports betting. So absolutely Gianni The Greek, 1,000%. Kelly in Vegas, I was just putting my stuff out for everybody, and she's another person who, has a lot to do with where I am today. So I love Kelly in Vegas. I don't know how many people is even on Mount Rushmore, but we got 3 right there. I feel like that's enough. Actually, no, one more. Natalie Rydstrom. She also was a part of me having my first show. So have to thank her 1,000% for giving me that opportunity. Best advice for sports bettors: you won't succeed unless you bankroll manage. You just absolutely won't. So it doesn't matter if you can pick a game correctly. If you can't manage your bankroll, you're going to be a loser. So learn to bankroll manage. What's your all-time favorite sports book in Las Vegas? We'll go with the Westgate. We're here at the Westgate. I spend a lot of time here. People come to town and usually can find me here to watch the games. We'll go with Westgate. If there's a specific NFL season that comes to mind as the best, if so, when was it? Yeah, I'm not the big NFL lover like everybody else. I
think they get this one as well.
I could honestly almost care less. I'll say what comes to mind is the best for me. I was a big LT fan, so we had really good seasons between him and Antonio Gates. We also had Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers. I'll say there was a season we made it really far, almost made it, and I think we lost to the Patriots. So LT being my favorite football player, that's one of my favorite seasons. I don't know what year it is. Football nerds, you guys know. Do you remember a day that was most profitable for you in sports betting? If so, what was it? Yeah, there was a day, I don't know if it was last season or the season before, I went 10-0 on the day. Absolutely killed it. So that was a really profitable day. I obviously had bigger scores as far as pick fives and horse racing or things of that nature, but to go 10-0 in one day.
My corner call the ball. X is ticked.
Do you remember your first sports bet? If so, what was it? I'll roll with this because it's the first one I remember. It was a Super Bowl. The ones you remember are either really big wins or really big losses, but this one was a loss. And I was, we won't say how old I was, but Cardinals versus Steelers. I believe I had the Cardinals, and they pretty much had won it. I just remember, I can't tell you the exact play, but Larry Fitzgerald has some miraculous play. He's looking up at the scoreboard, running, he scores, and then somehow they lost. And that was the first time I had to really pay up. What's the biggest mistake you see sports bettors making today? They just don't care or don't take it seriously. It's okay. Some people want to do it, how do you call it, recreationally. Some people want to do it to actually like investing, and so just determine what you're doing. Like I said, bankroll manage, be smart with it. But that's the biggest mistake I see sports bettors making today, is not really caring enough. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? You know, I have a challenger right now.
Hey guys, Rob
Any
Bino,
other time it would be basketball,
WagerTalk.com,
1000%.
WagerTalk TV. Here to answer a few questions, more personal and a little bit about betting here. Real quickly, I'm about 33 years in the industry now, since 1992. Long time. Done a lot of things over the course of my career. Now we're with WagerTalk, hopefully still cashing tickets. I'm going to answer a few questions for all of you here, see what we can get. The first one says, what was your first job in the sports betting industry? That came out here in Las Vegas, and it was a boiler room type operation, believe it or not. They hand you a sheet of names, you make a cold call, you tell them you absolutely knows who's going to win, if they send you money, blah, 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 blah. I wasn't very good at it, so I got out of there within a year and a half. So that was my first job here in the industry. Next up, other than sports betting, what is your favorite way to gamble? I don't think I have one, guys. I'm not a card player. I don't play any real casino games. Mostly all sports. I bet odd sports. I bet high life for a long, long time. Still do a little bit where it's available, horse racing, etc. But they're all sports, so no other real betting interest outside of sports. What's the best gambling movie ever? I wouldn't say it's the best gambling movie ever, but I'll give you my favorite, and I just saw it recently, about 2-3 years ago, was Molly's Game. And as I mentioned before, I'm not even a poker player, but I just thought the story was really interesting, solid movie, good acting, gave me a backstory on something I didn't know. So I'd say Molly's Game was my favorite gambling movie. This one is a no-brainer for me. It says college football Saturdays or NFL Sundays. It's college football Saturdays all the time, without question. Next up, do you remember your first sports bet? If so, what was it? Honestly, guys, I can't remember what my first sports bet was. I could probably come close. I'm going to guess, go back to like 1980, where I played the 1980 Holiday Bowl between SMU and BYU, Pony Express backfield, Eric Dickerson and Craig James, opposed by BYU quarterback Jim McMahon. Actually got a pick 'em on that. BYU made a 21-point comeback or 20-point comeback in the last 5 minutes and won that bet. So that's the first one I kind of remember, probably because it was a success. If you could bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? It would be football, and more football. Really, that's my favorite of all. So if I only had one to choose from, it would be any kind of football. What's your favorite all-time sports book in Las Vegas? That one's pretty easy. That's the Stardust. When I came to town, the Stardust was the most popular. I actually lived here 12 years. Was the most popular sports book in town. All the action happened there. I was actually lucky enough to be an entrant in the Stardust Invitational sports betting contest, the football contest, for a couple of times. But that was the place where all the action was. Definitely the Stardust on the Strip. What's the best sporting event that you've ever attended? I would say maybe at Shea Stadium. I'm a Connecticut native, used to go to Shea a lot. And it was a Dodger-Mets playoff game, I think game 5. Afternoon game after a Dodger extra inning win the night before. Went down with a bunch of buddies that were Met fans. Dodgers won. Good for me, bad for them. So that's probably the best sporting event I've ever been to. Playoff game, Mets-Dodgers. Best advice for sports bettors. Boy, I'm not big on giving advice, but I would say this. I would say, obviously be disciplined. Everybody says that. And have a real short-term memory. You can't be aggravated for a long time in this industry. I always try to compare it to a cornerback in football that gets beat for a touchdown. You have to just forget about it and come back the next day. Maybe be mad. For myself, it probably takes me about 5 minutes to get over these losses nowadays. And we all suffer through some tough ones. Your most memorable sports bet. This one's going to be good because I have this one. This happened back around the presidential election 1980, when Ronald Reagan won. I was with a buddy of mine. We're in a bowling alley. We wanted to bet the Seattle Supersonics, but there was nothing on the board. Our local book had nothing on the board that night to bet with the Sonics. We wanted a parlay, and the only thing he had available was the election. So he said, all right, give us the Sonics, Supersonics, and Ronald Reagan in a 40-time parlay. For those that don't know, back east, each time is $5. So it was a $200 parlay, Sonics and Reagan. Sonics were like a double-digit favorite that night. They win. Next night, we're back in the bowling alley rooting for Ronald Reagan. It was pretty much a landslide, so we won that parlay. And my buddy and I, we talk about it every election cycle. That's the most memorable. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? I would probably say guys that I listen to the most for advice. I think my dad was probably most influential for me getting to where I am. He was a bettor himself. B, I would say Dave Malinsky, for those who ever had the opportunity to meet him or listen to him. Absolutely learn something every time you would talk to Dave Malinsky. 3 and 4 is going to be difficult, guy. I might have to narrow my Mount Rushmore down to 2 because there's so many people you could think of. But off the top of my head, my dad and definitely Dave Malinsky was a guiding light in this business. Stuff you didn't know, he knew, and helped me along the way for sure. If you could share a VIP booth at a sports book with any 3 famous people for a day, who would they be? I'd probably go all football, guys. Definitely John Elway 1. Definitely Barry Sanders 2. And probably Bo Jackson 3. Those 3 guys, very famous, all Hall of Famers. I'd love to be in a booth with those 3 guys for one day. That would be a lot of fun. And I'm back to what was your first job in the sports betting industry? Okay, so I think I covered everything here, all the questions. I'd like to thank everybody that participates in WagerTalk.com and WagerTalk TV, and hope to see you guys all around soon. Keep cashing tickets.
into another episode of Profit Picks. If you are new, parent, yesterday was a good day for me. Overall, 3-2 day. Overall, my 4% was the Lions, 3% was South Florida, and NBA, I did go 1-2. So those were 2%. So overall profitable day for me yesterday. Vino, good to be back with you again here. How was yesterday for you? How you doing today?
Doing good today, Ski. Big weekend up ahead. Yesterday was the third profitable day in a row for me. 2-1, encompassing all sports. The good were Cal State Northridge and College Hoop. Had a team total there that got over pretty easily. You and I, we could have parlayed our thoughts on the Thursday night football game last night because I had Dallas team total over 24.5, which got, up to 30. So that was a winner. The bad was NBA. I got involved in that Philadelphia Golden State game, and you know how that goes. If finals 99-98, there's a good chance I didn't win.
Yeah, I get you. But that football game, man, it was beautiful. They almost thought they were going to give it up at the end, but they did what they had to do. All right, let's get to it. A lot of games on the slate. Don't necessarily have enough time to talk about all of them, so we're gonna talk about maybe some of the ones that stand out to us, and we will start at the top of the card. No shocker that I want to talk about the Lakers and the Celtics. Opened up -7 for Boston. I see 8.5. Total open 223.5. And I see it as high as 226.5. There are 225.5s out there as well. Injury report. And I'm going to hit refresh because I'm pretty sure LeBron got ruled out. It says LeBron doubtful, but I'm pretty sure he's not playing. Doncic out, Smart out. For Boston, nobody's been ruled out yet. It is the second of a back-to-back for both of these teams, Rob. I agree with the market. This total still went up, even with Doncic and James out. I don't really care about LeBron out there anymore right now. The defense does get worse with LeBron out there, but we've seen the Lakers without Luka, without LeBron a few times. We've seen them even on back-to-backs without both of those guys a couple times, and they're still able to score. They're not able to get the most stops. They're able to score. So I like the over in this game. That's what I'm saying when I say I agree with the market here. How you see this one?
Yeah, I'm with you on over. I just isolated it to the Lakers themselves. I thought 109 was a cheap price for the Lakers team total here. I think yesterday when we talked about Boston, Washington, you had mentioned, and maybe I agreed with you, that the Boston defense just isn't a very good defense right now. And now you're going to get it on back-to-back days. Up until last night, Boston had allowed 113 or more in 6 straight games. And here I'm only asking the Lakers to get to 109, and we get no Doncic, no LeBron, but I still don't think that matters. The Lakers got a lot of scoring on that team. And if you're going to combine that with a tired defense that's already a defense that, and again, we'll put it into context. We're going over 109 here, and Boston had allowed that 6 straight games up until last night against the sorry Wizards, who could only get 101. But I think the Lakers, win or lose in this game, I think they can get to 110. So it was a client release. I bet it myself. I like that play quite a bit.
Man, I like it. I think the full game. I think they're going to give up some points. I think they can score. I like the full game over in this one. Got my wallet open here, Rob. Searching for some good numbers, but I know we're pressed for time. I won't hope to show up too much, but I like that over. We're gonna get down on that over for sure. Next game up, let's talk a little bit about Heat and Magic. Opened up -5.5. Still sitting there. Total went from 240.5 to 241.5. You have Paolo back in the lineup for this Magic team. Still no Mo Wagner. For the Heat, Heroes doubtful. Good old Terry Rozier not going to make an appearance. I worry about Paolo coming back in the lineup for this Magic team. They were playing solid basketball with him off the court. Now I always worry when you integrate that high usage player back into the lineup. I couldn't lay in this spot with the Magic. Yeah, this is a tough one. Maybe I agree with the total going up. I know Miami wants to play with pace. I know they can play regardless if Hero's in or not. They've been doing it all year long. And Paolo should bring some more points, if anything. Maybe over here, Rob. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you there. And to the point of Tyler Hero being absent, when I look at Miami, and I've looked at them a lot this season from a totals perspective, as long as they have one of those guys, special type of it could be. And Orlando probably gets a little bit of edge on the glass here too against Miami. Almost everybody does because Miami's just small and fast. But I thought it would get over. I think my original point was even without Hero, as long as they have Hero or Powell, I'm good with them scoring points. They'll have Norman Powell tonight, I believe. So even if Tyler Hero doesn't play, which it doesn't look like he will, I still think they'll be able to they'll push pace. And it's interesting, Ski, I think for the first 15, 16 games, whatever, when Orlando was playing really, really fast and we were wondering, do you really want to continue doing it? And then as recently as, within a week ago, I read that they still want to play fast. It brings me to a high-paced game here. Orlando's not going to change that type of philosophy. They want to go. Miami's going to push pace. They've done it against everybody. Orlando's not old men in walkers with tennis balls, but they can get up and down and score too. Desmond Bain's been really, really good as of late fitting into this team. So I think over Miami, the baseline for Miami totals nowadays is 240 anyway. We don't see too much under 240 when they're involved. I think they probably get there tonight. It's a huge game inside that division too. I think maybe one game separates the two of them from first place.
Yeah, it is a big game in that regard. Mario says Heat have slowed down their pace. Casey, not a fan of points in this game. We shall see how it shakes out. Let's move over to Hornets and Raptors. And my bad here. Got to get over to this one. Opened up -8 for Toronto, and it's come down. I see 7.5 pretty much everywhere. Total open 233.5. Looks like 228.5. Injuries for Charlotte. LaMelo is probable. Kalkbrenner, Trey Mann, Brandon Miller, all questionable. No Colin Sexton, no Connaughton. For Toronto, Abaji and RJ Barrett are out. Jakob Poeltl is back in the lineup after missing yesterday. And we'll see if they roll anybody else out throughout the day. It is, like I said, second of a back-to-back for this Raptors team. 5th game in 7 nights, all that good stuff. They did lose to the Hornets last time they played, so revenge game for them. And the Hornets, they have covered both meetings so far this season. Vino, I'm going to pass this one to you first, actually. I'm curious. This Raptors team, 5th game in 7 nights, no RJ Barrett. I mean, that offense, they've looked bad. They've been the worst offense in the league last 5 games. Do you think they should be laying?
No, in fact, I kind of like the rested underdog here a little bit, Ski. Toronto's 0-4-1 against the spread last 5 games. And I guess we should have seen that they would be due for some sort of regression. They were so red hot, like 13-1 straight up, and they were on a really good point spread run at that time, and it's cooled off a little bit. What's interesting is we talked a lot about Jakob Poeltl yesterday not being at the rim to defend, probably not there again tonight. When Charlotte beat them this season, Poeltl did play. So they've even beaten this team with Poeltl. Here we're going to get 7.5. We're rested. They're not. They're kind of on a downslide right now. Charlotte's going to push pace a little bit here. We know that for a fact. So I don't know that they can win the game, Ski. I'm not willing to say go ahead and bet money line, but I just thought 7.5 was too much here. You don't want to bet a team that's not playing well at all and lay 7.5 on top of that when they're in a back-to-back situation. So for me, all the situational angles favor Charlotte. And then, like I say, when I looked it up and saw Pirtle played the first time and Toronto still lost to this team, I figured maybe the matchup is, just advantageous for Charlotte here. So I'll take Charlotte plus 7.5 in that one.
I'm in agreement with you there. Toronto is 1-3 ATS on back-to-backs so far this season. And like you said, they're just not playing well enough for me to expect them to get separation like this, especially on a back-to-back. So Hornets would be the preferred side for me as well. Let's talk a little bit of Jazz and Knicks. This one opened minus 15. Looks like 15.5. Total has gone up. 236.5 was the opener, as high as 241.5. But there are some 240.5s, depending on what you like. Make sure you line shop. For Utah, Nurkic is questionable. Niang is out. For New York, no Shamet. But OG is questionable. Color is questionable as well. To start this season, Rob, this Utah Jazz team was 9-day home and road. All overs, at home, all unders on the road. I mean, that's changed a little bit lately. And it's just probably, yes, I think they play up tempo. They're top 5 in pace last 5 games, but the defense has just been terrible. Bottom 5 defensive rated team in that same span. So they've gone over in 4 straight road games because of that. The Knicks, they're playing a little bit. They're the opposite. They're playing at the slowest pace in the league last 5 games, and a top 5 defensive rated team. Both teams are top 10 offensive rated teams in the last 5 games. So which style do you think is going to prevail here? Is it going to be New York at home with that slow grinded out defensive type game, or is it going to be more of a Jazz up tempo, less defense game here, Ravino?
Yeah, it came down to a choice between the two. Ski, I really like the Knicks in this game. Utah on the back-to-back. Yeah, you get to play Brooklyn last night, score your 123. That's all well and good. New York, even though they're slow, they do still score points. Pretty efficient basketball team. The choice came down to, do I want to lay points with New York, 15.5, which I generally don't do, or do I want to play their team total over 128.5 and just fade the bad defense of Utah? But asking the team, not that you can't get to 130 against the Jazz, but seemed a little too high for me. So I chose to lay 15.5 this morning with the Knicks, thinking they could win this game by 20. Utah has not, they have shown us the ability to lose by this number quite a few times this year. So when they're good offensively. When they're not good offensively, and maybe they run into a tougher defense here and don't score their points. When they don't score their points, they're not close in games. So for me, it's going to be Knicks minus 15.5. Wouldn't be mad at anybody playing a Knicks team total. Full game total for me is a little bit scary because I just don't know what the Jazz would contribute here. I mean, if the Knicks get to 130, the Jazz have to get to 111. I'm not sure they do.
I mean, they've been able to score, this Jazz team. They've been able to score versus everybody. I want to get there with the over in this one, Rob, honestly. The Jazz, yes, they played the Nets last game. They played the Rockets game before that. Were able to come out with an outright win as a double-digit underdog. And a lot of what they're doing right is just sharing the basketball. Back-to-back games, I'm seeing 30-plus assists. I like to see that as far as, expecting good offense. They've scored, 117-plus for their last 5 games. All right, is the Knicks defense better than the Rockets? I mean, are they that much better that the Jazz are just – the Rockets did hold the Jazz down one time, actually, 129 to 101. But I don't know, Rob. I think we get points here. The chat saturator reminding us that the Knicks are number 1 against the spread at home, number 30 on the road. That's why we have this humongous point spread here. All right, let's keep going down the list.
Somebody had Knicks built to ass the other night in the comment section, if I remember right. Saying how good they are at home.
All right. Nets bet says he was on Jazz yesterday and they only won because Nets intentionally tanked the fourth by 22.
That was a bad fourth quarter, boy.
I mean, you can call it that, or you can call it the Nets ran out of gas on a back-to-back and the Jazz are coming off 2 days rest. I mean, that's where that stuff comes into play, right? All right, the next game, and I think the last game in the NBA we'll probably talk about today is going to be the Mavericks and the Thunder. This one open -15, hasn't really moved. Total open 225.5. I think consensus now is 228.5, 229 maybe. Injuries. Let's go take a look there. For OKC, Hardenstein, Dort, Caruso out. Isaiah Joe was downgraded to questionable. For the Mavs, PJ's questionable, Gafford's questionable, Lively's out. I like this game over, Ravino. I'm gonna check the numbers, but I feel like the Mavs have been playing faster. And also I just like that they actually have competent point guard play now. So let me just glance here. Last 5 for them. Just to make sure. Last 5, they're actually 11th in pace, which is all right. Thunder 6th in pace. But yeah, they got competent point guard play, and that just makes the offense a hell of a lot better. For this Thunder team, we know they'll play up tempo. They're usually a good defensive team. They're missing a lot of that defense tonight. Dort, Caruso, Hardenstein. I don't like that Joe has been downgraded because that's one of the shooters for them. But I think this game will be played up tempo, and I like over the total here, Ravino. How do you see this one?
Ski, I would comp it to the game that OKC played the other night, and I got involved in with OKC team total over against Golden State, right? Golden State was missing some pieces. Oklahoma State was missing that same defensive trio. No Hartenstein, no Dort, no Caruso. And it doesn't really matter offensively to them, but it does matter defensively because the Warriors without Steph still scored 112 on them the other day, and OKC put up 124. Dallas, to me, I know you said Gafford is only questionable, but no Lively, potentially no Gafford, only AD really means little rim protection for Dallas in stretches of this game. OKC likes to attack the rim. One of the Nembhards, the famous Nembhard guard family, doing the job now for Dallas at the point, and they've scored their last 4 games. I think I saw 119, 130, enough to get this one over. And that's half the reason why you'd like to play over here is that the number is just appealing. 229 is not a large number this season for teams to climb over. So to me, I compared it to the Golden State game the other day that Oklahoma City played. That game got to 236. I think Dallas is very much in the same boat as Golden State is, as far as offense and defense are concerned, with the lineup Dallas will throw out there. So I can see it getting to 230 here. It's Oklahoma City's. It was only a 2-game road swing, and then they went home. So I don't know that we're going to hold that against them. And they score on everybody anyway. So for me, I'd be with you here. Over 229, and no, not even a half. Just playing 229. I would play it over.
We're in agreement on that. And yeah, D. Hugh saying, let's not act like the Mavs didn't find the spark. He likes some plus the points. Can't argue it. I don't like to bet against OKC anymore right now. But they definitely have found a spark and have been playing well enough to cover 15.5 points. Can't deny that. All right. Let's see, Ravino. I mean, I don't think we're going to get to too much, but there's one game. Actually, no, that's Monday. We could talk about that on Monday. NFL is not really appealing to me this week. I don't know. Do you think this is a good week? Like, is it appealing to you at all?
I found a couple, but I will admit, Ski, that I didn't dig real deep as of yet. I'll just go out there and give you the 2 that I found that I think I'll end up playing here real quick. I'm going to play the Commanders. I think with Jaden Daniels back, and what the Commanders showed me against the Broncos in that Monday night game is that they haven't quit on the season. They're going nowhere, but they played hard against Denver, forced that game to overtime. they go for the 2-point conversion to try to win the game, but it ends up 27-26. Denver's defense, for all its accolades, was pretty much sliced up by Marcus Mariota and that quick passing game of Washington. It was a really good game plan that they had. Minnesota's offense is just an entire mess. You see Justin Jefferson slamming his helmet because not any of their 3 quarterbacks can get him the ball. To me, they're the opposite of what I saw in Washington Monday night. Washington still wants to play. They'll get their starting quarterback back. It makes a difference. Minnesota offensively looks like they're just done with what's been going on there. So I like that side. If I push down the card a little bit, I had a check mark next to the Cincinnati Buffalo over game, but I don't think that would surprise anybody. I've been fading Cincinnati's defense all season long, and now with Joe Burrow back and Buffalo having the defensive problems they've had this year, I think that game just gets into a little bit of a score fest. You need something in the vicinity of 31-24 to get yourself there in that game. I think those two can do it. And in an underdog, maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't. I'm not so sure. But Houston with more than a field goal against Kansas City, I kind of like the underdog here. Houston's defense is so good. And Kansas City's offense, as much as I thought it was going to take off and be really, really good once everybody was healthy, it hasn't done that. Houston was here last year for the playoff game and played KC really tough. Kansas City grinded out a victory in that game. But I see C.J. Stroud and the offense getting better each and every week. I know the pass protection was an absolute horror show early on for Houston, but it seems like they're making more plays in the passing game right now. I think they can stay within a field goal of Kansas City. KC just not exactly separating from teams the way I thought they would be at this point.
The only other game I'll mention, Green Bay and Chicago, that stands out to me. Chicago has won 5 games in a row, and they are plus 6.5. In general, when I think about those teams, like, I wasn't a believer in anything Chicago has been doing, and then they beat the Eagles, and I'm like, is Chicago good? Or, like, I don't know. But this point spread is telling me that I shouldn't believe. I was right to not believe everything I was seeing, and that they're going to get blown out in this game. So I'm going to try to find reasons to back the Packers. I also want to try to find reasons to fade the Bucks. But like Ravino said earlier, I'm a little slow to get into NFL this week, so I need to do some more research. On that note, we'll move it on over. Or before we do this best bet, actually, let's see if we can toss some of this stuff up here. We do have Weekend Warrior, right? So Saturday, Sunday, and Monday Night Football, college football, NFL, all releases, including 5%, you can get for $49. If you want to take a look at the hardwood, you can get a full court all access pass, 3 days of college basketball and NBA for only $49. And if you want to go longer, you can get $500 off a 1-year pass. Comes out to just $125 a month. And if you were to go get Robino for a year, you can come back with a 25% bonus coupon, and you can use that on something for myself. So with that said, Vino, I will also ask you if there's anything else you like to promote. And if you have a best bet for the show, we'd love to hear it. If you don't, it's all good.
I think you got promotions covered pretty good for the weekend ski. So guys, if you want to take a shot, selection package is up and available. One more time, I will say this. NFL, I believe I'm number 2 among WagerTalk handicappers. It's been a great NFL season, up over 40 units for the year. So again, WagerTalk.com for all those specials. Ski, I've made 3 bets, and I have a choice here to make which one I want to leave as the best bet here. I like them all, but I'll go right back to the top of the card. I just thought the Lakers team total was priced too low at 109, considering the way the Boston defense has been playing and considering the fact that Boston's on back-to-back nights here. So for me, LA, this game may turn out to be all offense on both sides, kind of the way Lakers-Toronto was. I could see that happening again. So give me Lakers over 109 as best bet for the show.
You know what? We've done well when we do, kind of a double up. So I'm going to, I said I was opening up my wallet earlier. Let's do it. 225.5 is the best number I see. I think it's an offensive game as well. It might not even be the fastest pace, but I think there's a lot of buckets to be had. Not so much defense from either side in this game. Over 225.5. Lakers and Celtics will be my best bet for the show. And also, Rob said he's number 2 in the NFL. I am number 2 in college basketball so far, 15-5 to start the year. So we'll try to keep that going. And I will have a good play for tomorrow. If you know, you know. Maybe more than one good play, but if you know, you know. All right. Bino, always appreciate you taking the time to come break these games down with me. Everybody in the chat, we appreciate you pulling up. Hit the like button for us. It helps us out. If you want to subscribe so you know when we're live, that's good too. And just enjoy your weekend. We'll catch you guys again on Monday.